From the southern end, we see Jai Lockhart, who took a wicket yesterday, 1 for 25.
Well, here we go. First ball of the day, and immediately starting off with a dot ball. So the Dominica Grammar School with a lot of work to do if they're to get themselves back into this encounter. Being bowled out for 32, that not just puts you back on the back foot. I'm looking out for words to describe how terrible of a position the Dominica Grammar School are in right now. But they can still get back into the game with some early wickets this morning. Oh, and that's glorious pull from mid-wicket and should race to the boundary. It is. Up and running with a 4, the Castlebrew Secondary School.
So Kenneth Darrow getting a short delivery. Kenneth Valmon, I need to say Kenneth Valmon getting that boundary, playing this one magnificently to the mid-wicket boundary.
Yes, yesterday, we had a little bit of confusion with Kenneth Valmon, Kenneth Darrow. Of course, a lot of the listeners will be aware as to who Kenneth Darrow is, so it's quite easy to confuse the names. But no, it's Kenneth Valmon, the Castlebrew Secondary School.
So overnight on 35, played that glorious pull through the mid-wicket area and getting a boundary. I was watching the pitch this morning, Calvin, and it has a lot of grass on it and should be able to assist the fast bowlers. And yesterday we saw Kester Lestrade exploiting it and getting figures of 4 for 8.
Yes, that was some real good bowling from Kester Lestrade. Also, Senior Fountain got some movement as well off the wicket. And they really put the Castlebrew Secondary School in a very good position. Anytime you bowl out the opposition for 32 runs, I mean, that's pretty much the game in your hands already, Andy.
Yes, and the DGS won the toss and decided to bat on that green top. I haven't seen a green top like that in the Windsor Park for some time. It's usually a wicket which takes spin. As we see a delivery there from Lockhart. And the one playing this one is the one Benjamin, not out overnight on 22. Looks quite good. A diminutive player, left-handed batsman. No slip employed there by the DGS.
Ooh, squared him up quite nicely there. Good comeback stuff from the bowler. Brings us to the end of the over. And Castlebrew Secondary School, I believe, 99 for 2.
Yes, at the end of the first over of the morning. So just to tell you, that is the Sports Division Secondary Schools Under-20 Championship here at Windsor Park. And it's between the Dominica Grammar School and the Castlebrew Secondary School. And there were 8 teams participating. There was the Pierre Charles Secondary School, the Northeast Comprehensive Secondary School, the Goodwill Secondary School, the Castlebrew Secondary School, the Dominica Grammar School, the Academics, and the Portsmouth Secondary School, and also the Dominica State College. So it looks like it's going to be Pascal, Elon Pascal, Windward Islands under 15 player. Understood that he is the son of former Windward Islands Grenadier player Nilon Pascal.
So Pascal, and was that an opportunity? You can see Pascal was quite animated there. Maybe a dropped catch.
Yes, Cameron Peters there at the square leg position. Ball went to him, and from the reaction of Pascal, certainly his disappointment showed that that ball was dropped.
All right, so just to let you know that we are live on 89.5 FM. We're also live on YouTube and Facebook on DBS Radio. Pascal again seems to be holding a good line and length. Asking the question of the batters. I think maybe Andy might probably just want to pitch it just a little bit more outside the off stump.
Yes, no slips whatsoever. There is a short third man, squarish cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, square leg, and a man deep down on the long leg boundary.
not quite the attacking feel. But again, another up-pitch delivery from Pascal. Well negotiated by the batter.
Pascal seems to have a good run up to the wickets. He seems to be a fairly good bowler. I was saying earlier, the 8 teams, they were put in 2 zones, but we'll get to that after that delivery from Pascal.
And that should get to the boundary. Good effort there in the deep, but I think it did cross the line. Did it? No. So good work in the outfield, Andy.
Yes, fantastic work. That was pulled down to the backward square leg region. The man from long leg ran across and he put in the dive, an effective one, and limiting the batters just to that single.
Just to that single. So, Andy, as you were saying, we had 8 teams and they were placed into 2 groups.
Yes,
or 2 zones.
2 zones, yes. And in Zone A, the Dominica State College emerged as the top of the zone. The Dominica Grammar School came out second. And in Zone B, academics came out number 1. Delivery driven up to mid-off, and there is no run. And the Castle Secondary School, they were second in the Zone B. And then when the teams met in the semi-finals, you had the Castle Secondary School playing the Dominica State College. And the Castle Secondary School scored 106. Arsenio Fountain getting 71. And then they dismissed. We'll get back to that. Full toss and not dispatched and not called wide. The over will come to an end. At the end of the second over of the day, the Castleborough Secondary School progressing quite nicely.
Yes, Andy. So the semi-finals, we saw a meltdown from the Dominica State College. And I think that says a lot about the bowling from the Castleborough Secondary School, because in the finals, they dismissed Grammar School for 32. In the semi-finals, they bowled out the college for 36. And that's the state college team with the likes of Jason Vidal and Malinga Bruni, some real top players in Dominica's under-19 program. And Castleborough Secondary were able to bowl them out for just 36.
And then we saw the Castleborough Secondary School, they succumbed to just 46, with people like Jason Vidal taking 4 for 4. Wide delivery, not guarded cleanly by wicketkeeper Chance Marshall, but the batters unable to take a run. I think the score is exactly 100 now.
Yes, I believe it's 100.
100 for the loss of 2. We do not have the services of the scoreboard, neither do we have any scorer close to us. So we've got to just keep ticking till we get the services of the scoreboard or a scorer close to us.
Down the leg side again. This time, well picked up by Chance Marshall. Chance Marshall, Andy, the son of the legendary Roy Marshall, doing well in football and in cricket.
So we had for the CBSS, Aiden Burton picking up 4 for 7. So remarkable figures, and Kenny Valmon 3 for 4. But the unfortunate thing will come back as Lockhart. Bowes, again, directed delivery down the leg side, guarded strangely, and they only fielded 7 players on that day, and they were batting. They were 68 for 2. The only rule for the DGS, that is, was scored 33. Pulls this one, and it's going down to the long leg boundary for 4.
Well, that's a glorious pull shot. Well in control of it as well. And we'll get a 4. Good stuff there. And like we said, Andy, the score moves on now, 104 for 2.
Yes, a magnificent shot. Lockhart pounding the ball by his direction on the body, and the batter doing quite well, in a half century.
This time outside the off stump, and a loose shot from Valmon. Lucky not to get the edge onto that.
Well, that is the kind of a line he has to bowl. keep the ball outside the off stump and then get it closer to the stumps, because pitching the ball down the leg side certainly won't assist him.
And good forward defensive shot from Valmon, so showing that he's quite up to the task. Dot ball brings us to the end of the over, just to 4 off it. But the Castlebrew Secondary School in cruise control here.
Yes, indeed. And the last two deliveries, sort of line and length, they need to bowl. We heard the vice captain Chance Marshall saying that they've got to be a bit patient.
Yes.
And they have to be patient because they are facing a mammoth total there. And out for 32, you're really not in the game. And to bring it back will take some Herculean effort.
Well, I think the Castlebrew Secondary School captain, they had plans of looking to bat until lunch. And if they bat until lunch, that will surely be a lead of almost 200. That delivery again, good stuff from Elon Pascal.
You can see why he's on the winners under 15 team. Good run up, good Yorker length delivery, and Benjamin was equal to it. Saw him in the nets this morning, and he looked quite a good player, the one Benjamin.
Yes, he's actually, the, or how would I say it, the nephew of Gian Benjamin, who is the Windward Islands Volcanoes wicketkeeper. So the cricket runs in the family.
Well, indeed.
And I believe they're both keepers. Yes, they're both keepers as well. That's Doan Benjamin.
And he's also a Windward Islands under 15 player. So you can see the talent beginning at a very young age.
Pascal to continue. And good delivery there from Pascal, who's really trying to build some pressure on his end. He will need his partner on the other end, Lockhart, to provide some equal support. And maybe with the pressure building up, and they could force the Castlebrew's batters into a mistake.
It was a good delivery, handled well by Benjamin. Left-handed batter, taps at the crease and waits for Pascal.
Well left by Benjamin. That one outside the off stump, posing no trouble to the batter, Benjamin. And good game of patience. And Castlebrew Secondary, with the big advantage, they can afford to exercise some caution and, discipline with the bat. As I was saying, Andy, they literally have one hand on the championship, because if for some reason we're not able to get an outright result, as Benjamin is pulling and pulling well, and we'll get to the boundary. And that's 4 more to the total.
Gift of a delivery there from Pascal, and Benjamin really getting hold of it, hitting it to the square leg boundary for 4. So he gets his first runs for the morning. He moves on to 26, and the Castlebrew Secondary School 108 for the loss of 2. Overnight, they were 95 for 2, so they have moved on quite nicely. But I would like you to explain to me after this delivery, Gavin. Now I need some explanation. Outside the off stump allows it to go through to wicketkeeper Marshall. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, 108 for the loss of 2. The Castlebrew Secondary School batting in their first innings.
So,
Gavin, I cannot understand a team top their zone and fielding in 7 players, and in the process of the game decides we're calling it off.
Yeah, well, it was interesting circumstances, that game between Academics and the Dominica Grammar School. And I'm not too sure as to the reason why Academics only had 7 players. I know that some of the schools in recent times have been plagued with by the flu. And like, for example, there was a basketball game that was called off recently because there were some players down with the flu. as Lockhart continues. Think about the single, but they will have other ideas. So I'm not too sure if the flu might have played a part in it, but for academics, with quite a decent population and they haven't had that sort of situation throughout the tournament, something, must have triggered only 7 players coming. And then what happened, Andy, was that one of the 7 players picked up an injury while fielding and had to be taken to the hospital so that they were down to 6. And I think, given the circumstances, the umpire still allowed play to continue. I believe the rules state that you must have at least 7 on the field. But given the circumstances and in the interest of schools cricket and everything, the game was allowed to continue. But for some reason after that, academics felt, well, we've had enough, and and they walked down. And it was quite a disappointment.
Yes, disappointing, but I think you've made a strong case for them as the PRO. You could, and he gets into his wicket and pulls, and there's a slight misfield there. They run 1, they will come back for 2. That will move the total now to 111. Will move Benjamin on to 28. So Castlebrook Secondary School get going along merrily here at Windsor Park in the bright sunshine.
Yeah, good start for them. And they will surely be having some targets, some small targets in mind. First one, of course, to get the lead to over 100 without losing any wickets. And they're well on their way for that. 2 established batters at the crease.
I heard you speak about basketball. There seems to be some basketball festival, primary school festival. So Miss Williams there from the sports division. And the sports division in a lot of activity over the last couple of weeks and months, maybe.
It's been very hectic. Just Wednesday, we had schools volleyball fishing outside the off stump. That's Benjamin. So that's something he's probably going to have to work on. And, well, not just Benjamin, a lot of the batters across the Caribbean have this sort of problem, Andy, not being able to judge the ball correctly outside the off stump. Also, lack of foot movement and everything, just hanging the bat out there.
I think it's the latter, the foot movement.
Yes.
You say you nailed it quite correctly, Gavin.
So you want to try to eliminate these sort of problems early in your career, because these bad habits will carry on with you as you climb up the ladder. Lock out again, and that's a nice lifting delivery. Benjamin watches it go by. End of the over. So Andy, as I was saying, we had volleyball finals on Wednesday, and that was quite a spectacle. And it's not often that you get the school games going well into the late hours of the night. And, the boys' finals between the State College and the Isaiah Thomas Secondary School, that game ended at almost 9 o'clock in the evening. And, it was quite good to see them out on the hard courts under the lights. And huge support for both schools. Quite an electric atmosphere. And we also saw it with the netball the previous weekend, Andy.
Yes, Gavin, and it seems that the ITSS, they've got a good program, and the Dominica State College. Well, the State College, they have people moving from the different schools to the college, so that's expected. But the ITSS, both in the girls division and the men's division, they were there present.
Yes. And the first-time championship for the ITSS boys, beating the defending champion, State College. And the girls almost pulled off an amazing comeback as well. They were down 2 sets, Andy, and they rallied back to force a 5th and decisive set, but they went down in that 5th and final set.
So there's a change of bowling from the Roseau River end, the northern end. Jaden Caesar, who took that 1 wicket yesterday for no runs. And certainly would like to get, he's a diminutive lad. When he told me he was bowling medium pace, I thought for a moment that he was bowling off breaks, but he is running up.
Yes, and gentle medium pace, straight to the fielder to get the single. Just one.
So Valmon inches closer to his half century. He's on 46. Castlebrook Secondary School, 112 for the loss of 2.
It's interesting though that Caesar picked up the wicket and then didn't bowl again yesterday. I'm not too sure as to the tactics. This one's in the air, but will just be over the fielder at mid-on. They will get two, and that could have been a chance if maybe if the fielder at mid-on was just, that's Elon Pascal, it looks like, was just a few steps back.
Yes, in the air, but over the fielder was safe. In the end, it's how it ends up. It's not too difficult to make out Pascal. He's the biggest lad on the field, and he also has that maroon floppy hat. So very easy to recognize.
Again, and this time there will be no run. So quite the diminutive lad, like you said, Andy. Doesn't have much pace, but he seems to be very accurate. For the grammar school, they're going to need something. They're going to need something to break this partnership. He's driving this one gloriously. Will beat the fielder at mid-off. He's given chase, and he won't win that race. Diving effort there, but it's another four. Four more to the total. And that was a good, glorious drive.
Indeed, a glorious drive. And the honey roll, the captain of DGS, had to give chase, but he just couldn't catch up with it. Well placed, well timed. Beautiful shot there by the one Benjamin. He moves on to 34. And the Castlebrooke Secondary School, 118 for 2.
And, well, they'll take the single. Sharp single in the end. It should have been a comfortable one. Ball was played down the field, but end of the over. Caesar's not happy. You can see the umpire just reminded him to come back for his cap. But a good productive over for the Castlebrooke Secondary School.
Yes, Benjamin going on to 35. Remember, he started on 22. Kenny Valmon began on 35. Valmon has moved on to 46. Benjamin has moved on to 35. No inroads yet for the Dominica Grammar School. And to my mind, the way I saw the pitch, you would have to, which I didn't see, the bowlers and the coaches would have to go and watch and try to decide and tell their players, well, let's exploit that area. I didn't see much of that. And when I watched the pitch coming up here, that green top, if you hit the right lengths and lines, you can create some disturbance. But to me, they're not moving with any strategic plan, Gavin.
No, they're not. They haven't been too consistent. They've been down the leg side. They've been wide outside off stump. They've been full. They've been short. As this one will get the treatment again and will win the race to the boundary. So another four. Worked up the legs quite beautifully. I believe that's Valmon. Was it? No, it was Benjamin.
Well, fantastic shot on the legs. He didn't make no wild swing. He just got in position, and he seems to have a very good bat because that one sped across backwards.
What you find happening, Andy, is that the longer that the two batters remain there, the more comfortable that they're going to get.
Lockhart changes his line. He decides to come wrong the wicket to the left-handed batter. But Bo's one which doesn't force Benjamin to play whatsoever. And Marshall behind the stumps. No slip employed. And a defensive field, more or less, by the Dominica Grammar School.
Just hanging the bat outside. Just pulling it back. Well judged again by Benjamin. Bowling options for the Grammar School. Still the likes of Chance Marshall. He has the gloves right now, but he's one of the options that they have as well. So far, a good comeback from Lockhart. Being struck for the boundary. He's responded with a few dot balls.
So Benjamin has a few good shots and he has good defense. I always believe as a batter your defense. You move up by starting with your defense.
He also seems to be very patient, realizing that he's in front. There's no need for him to take any unnecessary risk. And he's quite happy to allow the ball to pass in that channel outside the off stump. Good temperament being shown. That's what we need, Andy. Finding that with a lot of the white ball cricket being played, a lot of the batters tend to be very aggressive. End of the over, is it? Yes. It's good to see when batters like Benjamin put some value on their wicket.
So the two umpires doing this game today, Marcel Matthew, the father of Mervyn Matthew, and there's Delroy Liverpool, who represented the Baranaote Warriors some time ago in the
T10.
In the T10 when they won, played a huge role in achieving that title. So we're about to see Caesar once again. Bright, sunny day here. Lovely day for cricket. And the DGS certainly not so happy, having won the toss and dismissed for just 32 runs.
Caesar just straight down the leg side. Quite the defensive field set by the grammar school.
I remember, Gavin, when we were doing in netball, I was making the point that if you don't have the electronic, you use the manual.
Yes, but
we wish we had some manual.
Don't even have the manual.
Good delivery. Well played there by Valmon. Valmon is on 46, 100.
They want to, make sure that they bat the grammar school out of the game, as this is a loose delivery and will get the treatment down to the boundary. 4 more.
Full toss and dispatched disdainfully there by Kenny Valmon. Brings up his 50. Valmon is on 50, gets a tag there from his partner Benjamin. Benjamin is on 39. And the Casabro Secondary School 127 for the loss of 2.
That's a well-played half century. Well-deserved as well. And now Benjamin will be surely hoping that he can get to his milestone as well. Caesar. Ooh, that's another glorious shot indeed. Has it got?
Working it off his legs. And the ball speeding across the fast outfield here at Windsor Park. And another boundary moves Valmont to 54 and 131. So 131 for 2. Caesar not getting his line correct, drifting a bit too much on the legs of the batters.
Caesar again. And that's another loose one. And this one, signal no ball by the umpire. So no ball for height. And also it's gone to the fence for another boundary.
So 5 runs will be added to the total. 136. Valmont getting a loose delivery. And you can see Caesar on his haunches there. Not getting it right at all. And Valmont, who is seeing the ball as big as the proverbial breadfruit or even a basketball, is just enjoying himself with these gifts he is getting long before Easter.
Well, Caesar again to continue. It's been a very expensive over. Oh, and he's getting the treatment. That's a big blow. That's another massive blow. Hit through the mid-wicket boundary. Another 4. That was a ferocious shot, Andy.
Indeed. You can see Valmont putting his foot on the gas now, accelerating, getting a short delivery and hitting it in front of square to the mid-wicket boundary, actually. And another disdainful shot by Kenny Valmont, moving him to 62, 140 Casabro Secondary School for the loss of just 2 wickets.
The lead has gone over 100. and we'll end with the dot ball. So says surely not happy. Andy, you can look at the body language of the grammar school. There's not much going on, not much talking. No one saying hard luck, Caesar. Let's see if we can better things in the next over. Grammar school just looking like they're going through the motions right now, behind by over 100 runs. And after being bowled out for 32, that's surely at the back of their mind that, hey, this 100 feels like a total of 300 already.
Indeed. And the type of bowling that the Castle Secondary School they possess with Kestel Lestrade getting 4 for 8. The senior Fountain is there 3 for 3. The senior Fountain in the semi-finals he scored 71. He was dismissed for just 20. Fortunately for the Dominica Grammar School, because had the senior Fountain be there, it would have been very worse for the Dominica Grammar School.
We want to apologize to the viewers who are watching us on Facebook who might have just lost transmission. You can refresh your page and we should be back up. Also, we're live on YouTube as well and on the 89.5 FM frequency. If you're out and about, on the move, driving about, and you want to listen to the cricket action, this is the finals. It's day number 2 of the under 20 cricket finals being organized by the sports division, and it's the Dominica Grammar School on the back foot. Castlebrook Secondary School with one hand on the trophy, and they're looking to see if they can secure an outright win.
Cameron Peters has replaced Jai Lockhart from the southern end, the Billy Doctorow Pavilion end, or the Botanic Gardens end, whichever you choose. And Cameron Peters bowling a wide delivery, which Valmon just watches it go through to wicketkeeper Marshall.
So, Grammar School in search of that breakthrough. They need some moment of magic. Need to force some sort of an error. This partnership will surely bat them out of the game.
Talking about force, Valmon was trying to force this one, but could unable to beat this one. He works it delightfully off his legs. They'll run. It's going pretty close to the backward square leg boundary. Good work there, done. And they cross for 2. So that will take Valmon to 64 and 143 for the loss of 2. The Castlebrook Secondary School. I think the grammar school just going through the motions now.
Going through the motions, and that's not what they want. Because you still have to have that sense of belief. You're down, but you're not out. And yes, it's going to take a big effort because when the grammar school gets to bat, you can see Chance Marshall making some adjustments there. Maybe he might be going to bowl or maybe just adjusting his pads. But yes, you have some work to do. I mean, there's a huge deficit now. It's over 100. So it means that grammar school will probably have to bat and see if they can get to at least 200 thereabouts. So to have some sort of a total to defend in the second innings. But you never know what can happen in cricket.
Yes, the great game of glorious uncertainties. But I can tell you, you cannot see. I'm not seeing anything yet, as yet, to bring out that, instill that kind of confidence that they have got a penetrative bowler and they're going to do some quick inroads, some quick penetration. And it isn't really showing up yet. And Valmon and Benjamin certainly enjoying themselves in the sunshine.
Out in the sunshine, yes, it's been really a glorious day, Andy. we've had some good weather in recent times. I mean, apart from Wednesday when we had that odd shower, which probably lasted about an hour or two, or I should say a heavy downpour, it's really been some hot sunshine for the past, what, a week or two. Signaling the start of the dry season, you would say, Andy?
Yes, that's what it is. That's what it is. That's the best time to organize cricket. March, April, May.
All right, so we're seeing spin for the first time this morning. Oh, and a bit of a misfield, not helping their cause, the grammar school. They'll get 2 where it should have been just 1. As we're speaking about the dry season, Andy, we can see that it's already having a little impact at the stadium as well. Some brown patches across the field. I know I saw some watering being done the past few weeks, but I guess it's just really been so hot. It's an edge and it's dropped. That was a chance. That would have been the end of Lockhart. Found the edge, found the outside edge, and the put down. Lockhart will survive and live to see another day. So we're seeing some good bowling there from the spinner. Spin maybe might do the trick for the grammar school. You can see just a shuffling of the field. Wideish slip. And appeals, and it's given. He's given. That's the end of Benjamin. The grammar school gets their first wicket of the morning. Benjamin, well played, but has to depart. And we can see him being applauded there by the grammar school students. Good innings has to come to an end. And Castlewood Secondary School have lost their 3rd wicket in the innings. So spin making the breakthrough for the Dominica Grammar School. Maybe the captain, Diony Rowe, could have gone to his spinners a bit earlier. Very important wicket. And like we say in cricket, sometimes 1 wicket can bring 2, can bring 3. Castlewood Secondary School, 121 for 3. Seems to be the score on the scoreboard. Not too sure if it's quite correct. But one thing's for sure is that the Castlewood Secondary School have lost their 3rd wicket. And it's Benjamin who's gone for 30 odd. We'll verify the scores with you as soon as the scoreboard issue has been rectified. But it's been a well-deserved breakthrough. So we have a new batter at the crease. We'll get all of that information for you as to who's the new batter. Benjamin departed for 40. So 40 to Benjamin. Good catch. And grammar school looking for another wicket.
So the bowler, the left-arm bowler, Kevin Albert, successful bowler so far. And just as I was saying, that we're not seeing anything penetrative.
Yes.
Here comes the wicket. Here comes Albert, and here comes the wicket.
Well, it was good to bring on the spinners. That's a short ball. Lucky to get away with that one. Had his hands on his head like he felt that he deserved the wicket. I think it was the other way around. He was lucky that he wasn't struck towards the grammar school or something. But Albert to continue. And end of the over. Successful over. We haven't been able to say that for the morning. So first time we've been saying that for the grammar school. Successful over for the grammar school. Getting rid of Benjamin. And it's a 121 for three, Andy. Looks like that's the score on the scoreboard.
No, no. This is scoreboard will certainly mislead us. The score is gone past 146 or
Ah,
thereabout. And you can see Valmore is on 43. I have Valmore on my little scorebook, 64.
mhm.
So if when the electronic scoreboard gets going, makes it much better for the commentators. Right now we have to be doing our own scoring. I can tell you, it's a difficult task, but we've got to do it. We have we saw Kevin Albert getting that his wicket in his very first over, getting rid of the dangerous looking Doan Benjamin for 40. So it's Cameron Peters from the southern end.
And Valmore again is driving and through the covers, and that's a before.
Exquisite drive there by Valmore, just coming forward to a delivery right in the arc and just stroking it beautifully through the covers for another boundary. So I make it 150. I subject to correction 150 for 3. And Valmore has moved on to 68 by my scoring. And I do hope that we get the services of the board or even a scorer. We are on our own, as the Californian says, on my own.
Andy is such a good day, and I only have one disappointment. The fact that we're literally a stone throw away from the Dominica Grammar School. As he's punching this one down the ground, but that's some good fielding. Some real excellent fielding. That one had 4 written all over it. The fielder was able to get down in time. But back to my point, Andy. We're literally a stone throw away from the Dominica Grammar School. And I'm quite disappointed that I don't see any grammar school students here to show some support.
Well, I believe it really needs to be done. The teachers, the principal, they've got to advocate that we're playing a finals.
Yes.
And as assembly, you say, well, we'll give you from 3 to 4 an hour or something.
Yes, something like that.
Arrange something.
Yeah. Because I just feel like, you know, and I'm not trying to be too negative or too controversial, but too much emphasis is placed on the academic side of things and not enough on the sports. I mean, the grammar school, you know, I'm sure if they had 2 or 3 classes in the stands, cheering them on, maybe that could, you know, spur them on to do better. And I'm very disappointed, you know, that anyone, and I'm sure we probably have a few people overseas, the grammar school is literally a stone throw. You can literally hop over the fence and you're into the grammar school. And they have no support. I mean, you can excuse the Castleville Secondary School. They're coming from a far distance and everything. It's an added expense and whatnot. I mean, yes, it would have been nice too if maybe the first form or the second form from the Castleville Secondary would have gotten the day to come into the stadium and show some support. But I mean, the schools need to do better than that.
Well, they've got to take a leaf of the convent high school.
Yes,
In the netball, they came in their droves.
in their uniform as well.
Exactly so. Exactly. So another over comes to an end. Cameron Peters and Valmore. And now we have Daru. So now we have Kenny Valmore and Libert Daru.
Daru, yes.
So, so there's a Daru in play.
But I just want to go back to that because school, you know, spirit, school support, that's very important. And when I went to school, albeit it was a few years ago, I won't say how long ago. This one should just be a single. I won't want to give away my age, but it's been a while, you know, since I attended the St. Mary's Academy. Whenever there were sporting events, you know, the school had strong representation, especially when the games were in the vicinity of Roseau. I be it at the old Windsor Park, at what it called the Carnival City at the time, or be it at you know, in the schoolyard, the SMA will be hosting basketball games. But that sort of thing is gone, and everything is just on the books and the assignments. And I mean, this could be an assignment for a student. You could, have the children write a composition or a short story about the game or something like that. Your perspective of the game and
Yes,
how.
Gavin, that's a very good idea. It came to my mind, but it came from your mouth. And certainly, as your side in the finals, that's not an
Yeah,
ordinary zone game, That's the finals.
finals.
So you give them as much support as you can lend, but that's how it is. It is what it is, they say. Yeah, and it's disappointing to say the least.
And more importantly, Andy, apart from this is support for the students, you never know which student you will bring to the stadium that might be seeing cricket for their first time. I might just look at it and say, "Hey, I want to show some interest in this sport, and I want to get playing." And then you never know. Then you have the next Shane Schillenford, or you have the next Alec Athanaze, or Stefan Pascal, or whatever.
Yes, he can be motivated
Motivated by
by
that.
just coming to
Yes.
the ground and say, "What, Ellen Pascal? But I would like to be bowling like Pascal.
Yeah.
I would like to be. I like this area, the way Kenny Valmon is batting. And derive something from being there. But that's how it is, and I can tell you, up in the Kalinago territory, they take their sports, their cricket particularly, very seriously. And a lot of the boys from the Casibro Secondary School, you can
Hmm.
see their products of the Kalinago territory. I'm sure Valmon, when you hear these names, Valmon,
Jaru. Yes.
Burton.
Good shot there. Just the single. So, Casablanca Secondary School, they're 3 wickets down. Still haven't gotten the scoreboard spot on yet, the electronic scoreboard. So I'm going by my trusted score from Andy Carter.
I'm sure I've lost my way somewhere, but I'm much closer than
Yes.
the electronic scoreboard. I can guarantee you that I have it at 152 for 3 with Valmont on 72. I haven't seen Darrow get a run yet, so I would say he's yet to get off the mark. So we'll go with that still. Let's hope we can get some assistance. Maybe I'll go to my other correspondents, one of the coordinators. One, one of the coordinators. There are two really dealing with the cricket, Thomas Kentish and Kevin James.
Yes.
So these two, the sports division, they assign different people. You have Jennifer Nanton and Williams for netball.
And volleyball.
Right. And then your Don Yogal does the football,
Football.
and Thomas Kentish and Kevin James, two former national players. Kentish going on to represent the Windward Islands.
Mhm.
And really very good. They have good sports officers.
There's the UD John with for basketball and table tennis. You have Godwin Dorset, the main guy for athletics. There's so many others involved. Can't name everyone.
Certainly not.
Daly brothers in St. Joseph as well, aiding with the football and all the other sports. You also have
Ray Kazimi,
Ray Kazimi and Ordain, who was also,
Edmond.
yes, Edmund Ordain, who was also the acting sports coordinator for a while. So there's a very good bunch at the sports division. I've always said if I were ever to leave DBS, I'd probably look for a job there at the sports division. It's very good. And like I always like the fact that the majority of them are former national players or former regional players, and they're giving back to the youngsters, mentoring the youngsters, Andy.
Yes, indeed. And I was just thinking to myself when I was beginning to call the names, and then immediately you said UD John, senior. I said, Zil, UD wouldn't forgive us if we didn't mention it. I'm sure he's listening. UD John, the senior sports officer,
Yes.
and responsibility he lies for basketball
Basketball,
and table
table
tennis.
tennis,
All
yes.
right. No word yet on lawn tennis. Although they don't say lawn again
Yeah.
anymore, Gavin,
It's
it's
just
just
tennis.
tennis.
Okay.
Yeah, but just to differentiate it from table, we'll just say lawn, but it's actually tennis.
Well, Andy, as I have you here, I mean, you're a guy who you wear many hats. You're still vice president of the tennis association.
Well, yes,
Yeah.
I would say yes.
Okay.
But thinking of relinquishing that position. Okay, let some new blood. A lovely drive, beats the man at mid-off and goes to the boundary. Lovely shot, and Elon Pascal there at mid-off. Maybe could have done much better,
Yeah.
but it was a powerful drive, I can tell you. And go speeding there to the boundary. This man is in real great form, Valmon. And he has moved on. I make it to 76, 156 for the loss of three. So forgive us if we are not accurate, exact, but we trying our best.
Yes, the scoreboard situation is being worked on, so hopefully they should have it up and running to the correct score in just a bit.
Well, I guess after the first hour, we might just get a slight break, and we'll really be able to get the accurate score, and then from there we will continue
Yes.
and get our bearings, as they say. Yeah, but I think we have gone off the radar slightly, just slightly.
See if we can just make contact with the official scorers on the other end, and maybe we can look at Odas. Well, he was going for the big heave. Had me excited for a moment there, but didn't get quite underneath that one.
So Albert, Kevin Albert, left arm, bowling around the wicket. It's this one in the air. It's going over the man at mid-off, way over the man at mid-off, down to the long of boundary for another boundary. So it looks like Daru is getting into the act. I make it, he's off the mark, and 160 for the loss of three as the over comes to an end. So the sports division secondary schools under 20 championship here at Windsor Park started yesterday, and the defending champion, I was told, the Dominica State College, they're not here today. The team is between the Dominica Grammar School and the Casibro Secondary School. So we're getting some word from our scorers.
Yes, 164 for three.
164 for three. How close I was. I was on 160, so
Yeah, very
not too
close.
far. Missed somewhere, something along the line, but that's pretty close. Peters was a good delivery. That's one of his better deliveries for the day so far. Getting the ball just outside the off stump and beating the bat of Daru.
So Andy, the lead has got up to 132. So the grammar school way behind. Valmon is looking quite good. It's already hit the half century and now be eyeing a century. And maybe if he gets to that century, Castleville Secondary School will probably look to declare and push for an outright win.
I think they're in a position to win outright here. And the two deliveries we have seen from Peter seems to have got his radar right on. One outside the off stump and a Yorker length delivery. Here he is again. And again he tries to York the batter Valmon. So Peters has settled on into a good line and length.
Yeah, it's really been some good stuff in the end. Peter's trying to get back into the groove. Comes again.
just over the top of Lockhart, the tall, lanky figure of Lockhart, but the ball went just a foot or so above his head. Couldn't get to it. Four more runs to the Castlebrook Secondary School, moving them to 168. 168 for the loss of three, and Valmon moving quite nicely. I have him on 81, 89. So just robbing Valmore of a few runs, but he's on 89 and 11 more runs for what will be a very good century. In total command, Kenny Valmore.
Oh, surely, really, really, he's played extremely well. Hasn't offered the batters, or I should say the bowling side, any chances at all. Some real top class batting from Valmon. And if he gets to the century, I can just imagine how the youngster will feel to get a century in the finals. I mean, that's stuff that you dream of at the start of the competition. And, he's really doing well, Andy.
Yeah, he has played some delightful shots. His timing has been exquisite. And driving pleasantly, finds the man at cover, and he can score.
Okay, so Andy, we're going to have to deduct some runs. The scorers just had a bit of a error, so it's 85 for Valmon. So he's 15 away from the century.
So I was somewhere very close, man, Gavin. With the adjustment, it took me off, but I was right on the target. But he's 85, and I make it 168 as the over from Kimron
Yes.
Peters comes to an end. I think they're going to take a water break, which will give us some time to verify and clarify
Yes.
and have things a certain way so that when we come back, and even the electronic scoreboard may have the act going good and we will be in a better position. But I think not to blow our own trumpet, because they say sometimes if you don't blow your own trumpet, there will be no music, Gavin. So we'll say that we have done fairly well to do the scoring while we do the broadcast.
Yes, yes. Good work, Andy. Very
Yeah.
good work. So,
Thank you.
so we're at the drinks break. We'll just take a short break ourselves. 189 for three, is it? 169 for three? 169 for three, is it? Yes, at drinks break. And the Castlebrook Secondary School for commanding lead here. We will be right back. Stay tuned. All right, welcome back from the drinks break. Players had some short refreshments, and we're back on the field. Grammar School looking for some more wickets, looking to get back into this encounter. They're a long way off, but you never know how things can change in cricket. It's the game of glorious uncertainties. I say good morning once again to Andy Carter.
Good morning to you, Gavin. Good morning to all our listeners to DBS Radio and those viewing on the Facebook and YouTube platform. The first ball by Albert pushed on the offside. Darrow gets another run. He moves on to 5. 169 for the loss of 3. A wicket taker, Kevin Albert, the only wicket taker, I should say, today, as Valmon just works this one to short backward square and gets another single. He moves on to 86, and the score now 170 for the loss of 3.
Well, 170 for 3. That's a big lead for the Castleborough Secondary School. So they would have ticked off one box, which would be to get a lead of over 100. They're looking at another box now, which is to get a century for Valmon. He's a few runs away from it. And maybe, just maybe, they will declare maybe at lunch, because they're just about, 40 minutes from the luncheon period? Or what would you do, Andy? Maybe you would take a few overs before lunch?
Well, I heard the captain of the Castleborough Secondary School has his intention was to bat it out, and then he came back and said 250. So no pressure as he hits this one. It's going for 6 runs. So Darrow getting into the act now, hitting this one over the mid-wicket fence for 6, moving him on to 11 and 176 for the loss of 3.
Well, that was a loose delivery, full toss, a gift. And we're in March. Christmas is very far away. And that was quite the gift. And got the treatment, the maximum, 6 runs.
So
We get this sharp single, keeping the fielders on their toes. And then we have a lot of listeners from the Kalinago territory who are listening right now. Got a few messages. I know that, like you said, the Castleborough Secondary School has a lot of support, a lot of students from the Kalinago territory. So I want to say good morning to you. Those who are listening, probably looking at their family members, the students.
So the over has come to an end. The over from Kevin Albert. Valmon has moved on to 87. Daru has moved on to 12. And at the water break, the bowling figures read Jai Lockhart bowled 9 overs, 1 for 41. He took his wicket yesterday. Aaron Pascal bowled 8 overs, none for 32. Jaden Caesar, who took a wicket yesterday, bowled 4 overs today, 1 for 24. Peters, 4 overs, none for 13. And the wicket taker, before at the water break, had bowled 9 overs, 1 for 45. So it's Peters again, opening the face of the bat, guiding it down to a third man, and an easy run there for Valmon, moves him closer to that century mark. He's on 88, and the Castleborough Secondary School 179 for the loss of 3.
Well, that was some good batting, just showing some technique, and not all about brute force sometimes. Sometimes it's all about the placement
And the finesse.
and the finesse.
Peters was kept things rather tidily. Before this over, he had bowled 4 overs for just 13 runs. So doing the holding part for the DGS, they need somebody to restrain these 2 batters and really keep the pressure on them. But I don't think there's much pressure anyway.
No, there's much. I think the
My goodness.
ooh, that's a loose ball, and signal no ball as well. Slipped out of his hands, almost took out Daru's head.
beamer, they call that, a wicket beamer. And you never, as a batter, quite prepared for that. And luckily, Peter's not that fast. In fact, not even using fast. He's a little medium. And but when it comes out like that, it's certainly dangerous.
Definitely.
Follows up with a good delivery. Well pitched up. The batter, Darrow, was looking to drive. Ball going through to wicketkeeper Marshall.
So how do the grammar school respond? Lunch period comes up soon. It's been a tough morning for them. Yes, they've gotten the wicket of Benjamin, but Valmon is still there.
Peters with a very good delivery. And Peters comes by at my place all the time. And you know,
Ah.
it's only today that I know his name. He comes there to watch cricket. He's an ardent
Oh, nice.
fan of cricket. So anytime cricket is playing, he is by me. He was here this morning watching European cricket. That's how interested he is in the game.
Take the single. For a moment there, I thought Valmon would have been in trouble, but wasn't picked up quickly by the fielder square leg. Single, one more to the total. It's now Valmon on strike.
And I can tell you, Peters has some fans. They always heckle him, tell him every time Grammar School has to play, they cancel the game. So I'm sure Frankie and the boys are listening to the fortunes of Peters. I know when he comes back tomorrow, he will hear from them. I can tell you if he doesn't take a wicket. But so far, doing some good work, economical, and doing the job for his school.
Yes, definitely. End of the over. Another over completed. And do we have a few spectators? I think I can count them on one hand. Just a few people in the Grayson Shillingford and Irvin Shillingford stand.
Well, it's comparatively speaking to the crowd I saw in Guyana.
That's a full house. If you want to compare it to what you saw in Guyana.
And there were a family of five, and then the commentator said the crowd. My goodness me. What we had here for the CCC game. Yes. And the win was, unfortunately, the rain really disturbed it, but we would have seen many people here on Friday and Saturday.
Especially with, as a peel there, but that's clearly down the leg side, especially with the Dominican hometown boys, the Alec Athanasis and Cavem Hodge and Stephen Pascal. You know, opportunity to see them bat. I'm sure Dominicans would have come out in their numbers.
So Albert continues from the river end, a wide delivery, and no pressure on Valmon. Valmon is on 89. Great news to hear Kyron Phillip been drafted into the Windward's Inferno's team. And he and Afanez, they're on the team. As we see a good looking back cut, you would say. And 2 more runs to Valmon. He moves into the 90s. 91 years.
And this could be the tricky period now. It would be unfortunate for him if he gets out and the Castlebury Secondary School, but this little passage of play, this period, the nervous 90s, you tend to call them, where it won't be nervous when he gets gifts like this. This is 4 more. Short, gets the treatment, moves him on to 95, and he's literally one big hit away from a well-deserved century.
Well, trying to bowl a quicker one, but the length was poor, and Valmon in the sort of form he is won't allow such a delivery to go without being dispatched, and he dispatched it disdainfully to the boundary. He moves on to 95, and the Castlebury Secondary School 187 for the loss of 3.
Well, this is some good batting from Castle Bruce.
Much better delivery there from Albert. Just trying to dangle the carrot to Valmon, but he wasn't tempted on this occasion. He works this one to the man at leg slip. Fumbled somewhat, but in the end, he prevented a run. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, the Castle Bruce Secondary School 187 for the loss of 3. Valmon is on 95. Darrow is on 13.
Well, Andy, we can see that the scoreboard slowly but surely is catching up to the rest of the game. It says 181 for 3. So that's some good work that they're doing on the other side, just trying to sort out the little bit of an issue that they had.
Well, I dare say that they will get it right sooner rather than later. We saw the scorer, who is also the manager, coach of the Castle Bruce Secondary School, and now he has another slash scorer. So he has gone over there, and he will, I'm sure, they will rectify things in a wee while. But for now, we've got it. I think we've got it right on. 187 for 3. Valmon on 95. But I think we're about to see the reintroduction of Pascal from the southern end, the Billy Doctorow Pavilion end.
All right, so 189 for 3 says Valmon on 87, but should be fixed up very soon. Good defensive, straight back to the bowler. It's 11:30. Dominica and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean.
I think they're getting some things correct. For sure, the 13 for Darrow is correct. I'm not too sure of that 87. But things will get there by and by. Pascal on his way up. Gets a lift in delivery. This one was a very good delivery there. It had Darrow rocking out of the way at the last minute. His essay in a pool now, but I can tell you he did the best thing to get out of the way of that one.
Yes, that was some switching music right up there. And he really did well to get out of it, because had he been struck, I'm quite sure he'll be heading up to the Dominica China Friendship Hospital. That had a lot of pace on it.
Pace makes men do strange things. The next delivery, you could see he was just swinging, and the ball going down to the fine leg region. Darrow gets another run. He's 14, 188 for the loss of 3.
I think he might have just been rattled by that last delivery, that previous bouncer, and really forced him into a shot, just trying to put some pressure back onto the bowler to show that he was not scared of the previous delivery. But it's Valmon. He's on 95. And he'll remain on 95. It's a dot ball.
So the score 188 is right on. Valmon, I see the scoreboard has 91. I think that last boundary, they sort of missed it, but we're getting there. And I was talking about the green top, and I'm not seeing that they're using Pascal from up there, which they should have recognized and have bowled him from that end since early in his first spell. So one more run to be added there to Valmon. Moves on to 96, 189 for the loss of 3, the Castle Bruce Secondary School. And now, but they were 188. No, let's go. Let's just keep it. They will get it right. I think they're working it out. They're working it out. For sure, they've got the individual scores right now. Pascal to bowl, and you can see after that disconcerting delivery that you can see Darrow not prepared to get in line with the ball, because he recognizes that this lad, Pascal, has some pace. The over comes to an end as it was a slower delivery, the final delivery, and going into the gloves of Marshall. At the end of the over, Valmon is on 96. Darrow is on 14.
So, Andy, I make it the lead, I think, is 189. That's 190. what's the score? 190 for three. Uh,
Well, we may have to start to go with this scoreboard now. So take out 142 from that. You'll have what?
Lead is
158?
158.
Yes. So I maybe think it's time that we, we can use the
Yes.
electronic scoreboard. I had 189, but I'm subject to correction. Yeah. So I think with the assistance of Mr. Frederick, I get his name, Earl
Earl
Frederick.
Frederick, yes.
Yes, I think things are coming on quite nicely.
In terms of the electronic scoreboard
Indeed.
for the benefit of the players and the spectators. And I think very soon on the live as well, on the screen, you should start to see the scoreboard. Oh, that's a loose delivery. That's a beamer. That's down leg side. That's heading towards the boundary ropes. The fielder will pull it in. I think maybe he has, but signal no ball by the umpire.
Yes, no ball signaled. And they run two, so I think that will be three to be added to the total. So if my maths, yes, 193 for the loss of three. I think we're going to go totally with the electronic scoreboard right now. As we see Jai Lockett introduced there from the river end, the Roseau River end.
Yes, so a change in the bowling from the river end. Lockhart with 1 for 42 so far. That's his bowling figures. Has bowled in 9 overs. Run rate just over 4. Sliding down the leg side again.
Built along slim lines, Lockhart. But he needs to try to get his bearings right. Try to keep the ball on the stumps. He's straying a bit too much down the leg side. Again, down the leg side. Again, the wicket keeper just knocking the ball down. Chance Marshall. And Lockhart unable to direct his deliveries on the stumps, Gavin.
Yeah, because to further compound matters, the fine leg is up. So if the batter is to get any sort of bat on that delivery, it surely will race to the boundary. So I'm not too sure as to why Lockhart, well, that's a much better delivery, a lot straighter. He'll just get one as he works it on to the fielder mid on. So he moves him to 97, that's Valmon. And like I was saying, Andy, this is the best opportunity that the grammar school will get to get Valmon out in the nervous 90s, in that little period there where he might, probably play a rush shot as he looks to try to get to his 100.
Well, I do hope for their sake you've got it right, Gavin, because the way Valmon is batting, beaming with confidence, doesn't look like much is troubling him.
Right.
One more run to Daru, he moves on to 15, 195 for the loss of 3, Castlebrew Secondary School.
But what you would find is the grammar school, you don't want to, just hand him the 100. You want to try to make him work for it. I'll probably even, deploy some negative bowling. Just bowl it outside the off stump. Because this one is down the leg side again. Just don't give him a few balls where he can't score, maybe even can't get any bat onto the ball. And maybe that just might, force him into doing something that he doesn't want to do.
I think as a coach, I'm not really a bowling coach, but I know something about cricket. I think it's the manner in which he is
He's run up.
Not only his run up, right now he got this one right. He's going wide of the crease and he's not going over the top, and they just allowing the ball to go down the leg side. I think it's the end of the over. 1 run taken there by Valmon, moves him to 98, 196 for the loss of 3 wickets.
And Valmon will keep strike for the next over. So maybe this over could be the over where he gets to that historic landmark. 196 for 3. Grammar school in some serious trouble here at Windsor Park. From the looks of it, with that sort of deficit, means that they will need a target or need a total, when they come to bat, assuming that the Castlebrew Secondary School to declare now. The grammar school themselves will need to score over well over 200 runs, maybe even 300 runs, and they're running out of time if they're to do so as the game prolongs, if they're to try to force a victory. Whips it off the legs. They'll take one. He's hustling. He's going to try for two. He'll get two comfortably. And that's it. That's the landmark. That's a century for Kenneth Valmon. Well played to the youngster. 100 not out. And you can see him celebrating, raising the bat, and taking some applause there from his teammates as well.
A fantastic century scored by Valmon. He raises the helmet, he raises the bat. A proud, happy man, I must say. And how well has he batted here at Windsor Park, playing some delightful shots all around the wicket. Again, he raises it up as if his acknowledgement wasn't good enough. He raises it once more, and well played, young man.
So 198 for 3. Down the leg side, and Valmon was looking to help it on its way, but didn't get any connection. Valmon is on 100, and now the question is, when will the Castlebrew Secondary School look to declare? At the end of play yesterday, the captain, Aidan Burton, said he was looking somewhere around lunchtime, bat onto lunch, see if he could get a lead of 250. Well, they've almost batted till lunch. They're well in front comfortably. Valmon is slapping that one there. He'll get one. And he'll get two. So the 200 is up for the Castlebrew Secondary School. 200 for 3.
They certainly have no pressure. If play would have been called off now, they would be the champions. So they're not really under no pressure. And having dismissed the Dominica Grammar School for just 32, they think they maybe can do it easily, and they will really put on as many runs as they can. There's a lot of time. Play ends somewhere around
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock. So no real pressure. I think they will let their batters bat and score as many runs before they really declare. I don't think the declaration is in the captain's mind at this present time.
Well, Andy, I think maybe we can start to have some discussions. I know it's still early. We're still, more or less at the midway point of this game. But when you have to start the discussions from that's a terrible misfield. Terrible indeed, and give an extra single, so not helping their cause. That's the
and a one-run shot there signaled by umpire Delroy Liverpool. So just one run will be added to Daru's score. He will move on to 17, and the score will move on to 202.
So Andy, I was saying I have two candidates for man of the match. Castell Estrade with his pace up front and really set the tone for the Castlebrew Secondary School as they were able to bowl out the Grammar School for 32. And then we have Valmon with that century that's really batted the Grammar School out of this game so far.
Well, I would like to be the adjudicator because it's really tough. 4 for 8 and a century. Maybe I would go for the batter with the century, but there must be some consideration for Castell Estrade.
And remember, Castell Estrade also has to bowl again. So who knows? Maybe he could take a 5 for, or even another 4 for.
And then he might just be an automatic choice.
Yeah.
If he destroys, he takes a 6 again or something of that nature, he will definitely be in contention.
Well, if that happens, I think the best thing to do then would
joint
man of the match. Yes. That way you can't go wrong.
Yeah. So just to recap, yesterday this match began, the Sports Division Secondary Schools Under 20 Championship match. And yesterday the DGS won the toss, must be said, and they were dismissed for 32. Castell Estrade 4 for 8, Senior Fountain 3 for 3. Liberd Daru took 2 without a run being scored on him. And at the close of play yesterday, the Castlebrew Secondary School, they were 95 for 2 with Kenny Valmon not out on 35. And Benjamin, the one Benjamin was not out on 22. They've lost Benjamin for 40. Valmon has gone on to get his century. He is 103 not out. As we see Lockhart bowling to Valmo. Valmo is working this one off his pads. They run one. They'll come back for a second. The throw comes in one bounce to the bowler's end, but not before Valmon gets two more runs. He moves on to 105.
Right, and slow progress, but progress nonetheless, Andy. We have a little indicator of the scores on the screen so we can better assist the viewers. Just having some technical difficulties in terms of the usual score ticker that we normally have. But we still want to give kudos to Kyle to be able to salvage something that the viewers can enjoy at least the score. And if we can rectify the issue with the sports ticker, the normal ticker.
When you say ticker, you remind me of our good friend David Johnson.
Ah, yes. Border.
Ticker not working. Where are you, border?
All right, so the score moves on is at 206 for 3. Castlebrew Secondary School. So that lead is slowly approaching the 200 mark. And I can tell you it's going to take something really special from Dione Roll and Chance Marshall and the other batters from the Dominica Grammar School. It's just working that one off the hips.
And the thing is that they have to contend with a better bowling attack.
Yes.
Lestrade, Arsenio Fontaine, Libert Darrow.
Even Aidan Burton, the captain himself.
Yeah, he bowled in the semi-finals and he had 4 for 7 against the State College. And he wasn't featured much
in the first innings.
if at all.
So I think, yes, it's a bit premature, but I think the folks in Castle Bruce, the Kalinago territory, San Sauver, Good Hope, that catchment area there, I think it's safe for them to start to begin a little preparations for the boys as they make their way back home this afternoon.
The spoils have been shared. The under 14 football, the Castlebrew Secondary School took it. The under 20, the DGS took it.
Yes.
So they're sharing it. And we see a delivery outside the off stump. But Darrow going for a big shot. And the over comes to an end. At the end of the over, Castlebrew Secondary School in a commanding position, 207 for the loss of 3. Valmon is on 108 not out, and he has batted quite splendidly here today at Windsor Park. Not a fall shot by Valmon. He really applied himself quite beautifully, Gavin.
Excellent batting from the youngster. And I'm sure the selectors, both at the national level and maybe even at the Windwards youth level, I know a lot of people are tuned into the broadcast, watching on YouTube and Facebook. So that's something that they will be looking out for, the sort of temperament that he showed. Albeit the bowling wasn't the best, but you have to still perform despite, what was going on the other end. And he did quite well, Valmon. Andy, and you mentioned a short while ago that, the spoils, the championships were shared. The grammar school took one, Castle Bruce took one, we had Convent taking the netball, and State College taking the volleyball. And I think that does others well for the sports division and their programs, because the State College has been getting a lot of blows. Some people saying that they shouldn't be participating in the secondary schools programs. And it's good to see that the secondary schools are beating the State College and beating them consistently, Andy.
Yes, and you didn't mention one, the ITSS.
Yes, ITSS.
So again, the men's volleyball
yes,
they took,
men's volleyball.
but the State College still got the women's volleyball. So still in the reckoning, but it's good to see that other teams are beginning to challenge the State College, because it was felt that the State College gets all the better players coming to them and they should be champions. But it is bold there. That's the end of the innings there for Valmon. bowled by Pascal, trying to pull a delivery which was on his stumps. He failed to make contact, and the ball cannoned into his stumps. So the brilliant innings of Kenny Valmon comes to an end. Valmon goes bowled by Pascal for 108, and as he passes Pascal, Pascal shakes his hand. Good fair play displayed there by Pascal.
Good stuff. And Andy, I'm just a little bit disappointed. The first loose shot, ill-advised shot from Valmon led to his downfall. But yet still, we have to give the batter a lot of credit. It was a remarkable innings, a splendid innings, one of real class. 108, putting his school on his back and really putting them in the ascendancy here. And, let's just see what Castle Bruce can do moving forward. 4 wickets are down, 10 minutes to go until lunch. So obviously they'll bat out the period until lunch. But let's see what they do after.
And I can safely say it was a chanceless knock by Valmon.
Chanceless. I don't recall any opportunities. And yesterday I didn't see any as well where, the grammar school would have said, we had an opportunity there and he was put down. And, really, really good innings.
Overnight, 35. He has completed his century and he makes his way back to the pavilion with a magnificent 108. He played shots all about. His timing was exquisite and he can be very proud. We saw him posing for the cameras a while ago and rightly so. He has all the right to pose and really a very happy man.
Pascal getting rid of Valmon finally. Also getting his first wicket as well for the morning or for the match. 1 for 48 in the 10 overs that he's bowled. So a tad expensive there in terms of the economy rate, going at over 4, almost 5.
I always felt that the grammar school missed the trick. They should have started with Pascal from the southern end. But there's a next Daru who has replaced Valmon. It's Vince Daru, diminutive lad, I can tell you. I think he's much shorter. I mean, we compare shortness with Gian Benjamin,
Yes.
but I think he's Gianna's competition there. I think he's shorter. I think Vince Daru is shorter.
Well, I'll have to find out his age. Maybe he has he'll get a growth spurt soon. But yes, he's really short, Andy. For a moment, there looks like the pads might be reaching him almost at the top of his thighs. So, really short guy. But let's see if he has what it takes with the bat. Driving, but gets the outer edge of that one.
You can see Pascal trying to intimidate him. He bowled a very short delivery, the first one, and then he brought this one up, hoping that maybe the batter Vince Daru would have been intimidated and maybe would give his stumps a clearance and knock him back, but it wasn't to be. He got in line. Right-handed batter.
207 for 4. It's Pascal.
Not prepared to get in line on this occasion. I think he's a bit intimidated by Pascal because Pascal has shown that he has the ability to get the balls to lift from a good length. He did it against Libert Darrow, and I think that's still in the mind of Libert.
And I think to being a new batter to the crease as well, just wants to make sure he can, judge the bounce. And yeah, right, like you rightly said, Andy, doesn't want to put himself in a position where he might have to be running for cover. So end of the over, 207 for 4. Libert Darrow's not out on 16. Vince Darrow's yet to get off the mark.
So they have decided to bring back one of their wicket takers today, Kevin Albert, left arm orthodox bowler. He'll be bowling to Libert Darrow. 2 Darrows at the crease. One is Libert, one is Vince.
Albert. That's a good delivery, bang on target, and just spinning back towards the batter, right-hander. getting some turn on these, Albert. This one stays straight is in the air, but safe of the fielders. We'll get 2. And we should be joined by Delvin Esprit a little later on in the afternoon. So he could bring some of his insights into the game. Short delivery and kept low, but well negotiated by the batter as well. Bit of confusion though, but the throw goes to the wrong end.
Great stop there by the fielder at the short mid-wicket. And that really surprised the batters. And luckily for them, they had made up their mind. You could see Lightbird going down to talk to his partner. They don't want to have any mix-up. As a batter, you always want to stay and enjoy your innings.
Definitely. But here's Vince Daru. Working it off the legs, feel that fine leg, short fine leg will give chase. It's just one. Bye is actually signaled by the umpire. I thought he got some bat onto it, but no. Lovely afternoon. Well, almost afternoon, 4 minutes before 12. Short. Over the head of the leaping fielder. I think maybe he didn't get a hand to it, no. But the ball will stop just in front of the boundary. And they will get 3.
I remember when the shot was 1 for the throw. And that's exactly what happened there. They realized that Albert had a long distance to throw the ball in, and they quickly called for the third and getting it successfully in the end.
That brings us to the end of the over. It's 214 for 4. As Lightbird Daru is not out on 22. Albert 1 for 68 in his 11 overs. Run rate just a bit over 6.
Yes, rather expensive. Albert got the wicket, and he got rid of Benjamin. Benjamin getting 40, and Pascal responsible for getting the Centurion, Valmon, for 108. So these are the 2 wickets, the 2 main contributors out for Castlebrew Secondary.
Down the leg side is that one. Pascal continues from the Billy Duckgrove Pavilion end.
There hasn't been much cloud cover, to say it modestly. No cloud cover, and for these young players, this sunshine will really take out some of their steam. And already you're seeing that it has affected Pascal somewhat.
Okay, just getting a little bit of correction there. That Valmon was dropped at one point in slips. So that must have been yesterday, very early. G and Benjamin spot on at that one.
Okay, so not a chanceless as we thought it was, but we didn't see.
Yes.
From our point
From
of
our
view.
point,
Yeah. But thanks for keeping us posted. That means we have many listeners, Gavin. And we have an interesting listeners. The wicketkeeper for the Windward Islands.
Yes, for the Volcanoes team, G and Benjamin.
Yeah.
Like I said, Doan Benjamin, is his nephew. So
this afternoon we'll have the former national cricketer, Delvin Esprit, your co-host on Off the Field. Gives you some blues now and then, but you're a man of fortitude. You can take your blues when it's meted out to you. Devin says, I'm the one to be telling you about asking you speaking like you know, boy. I listen all the time and sometimes it's quite amusing. But you never make a big fuss about it,
No,
Gavin.
man, no, man.
You deal with it quite admirably.
Short, falls just short, and they'll take the run, and almost a direct hit might have had him in some trouble. So a little bit of excitement there, short delivery, almost found the hands of the fielder, and then there was almost a run out at the striker's end.
I see the clock has stick to midday. I'm not sure if they actually started. They may have started just about 7 minutes after 10 or
Yes.
thereabout. So we may see another over after this one.
Slower delivery, but gets the treatment. That's going to fall just short of the boundary ropes. Just firmly struck Andy. I thought I was going to get all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, I was looking for it in the air, but then it landed and Lockhart gave chase. And I think 2 runs resulted, or was it 3? Anyway, Laibut Daru has moved on to 24. Vince Daru is on 1. 217 for the loss of 4 wickets.
And you're right, Andy. Looks like we're going to get another over in.
Well, we may get 2 because there's this left arm spinner. I would think unless the ball has to be retrieved from the boundary, he may get his over in quite quickly.
So 217 for the loss of 4 wickets, leader 187. It's really been a great. Ooh, that's a very loose ball. No ball slipped out of his hands. You can see him just trying to, maybe some sweat or something. Not too sure what happened. But that's another beamer. And from the spinner, Andy. Let's try again. It's Albert. Much better. Really much better.
I think the lead might be 186, 32 from 218.
Yes.
So maybe just a slight error there. 188, I don't think is too correct. I think 186 would be more accurate.
Yes. So I think it means that the scoreboard would have a incorrect score for the grammar school batting first. So it's something that they will work on. I know they've been facing some challenges throughout the game, and they've done quite well to get us back on track. So
yes, they must be commended because for a good while we didn't have their services and we were on our own. So give and take, 2 runs here or there. So delivery, beating the bat, beating the wicket keeper, and buys a signal there by umpire Marcel Matthew, and acknowledged by the scorer. The score has moved on to 219 for 4. Any corrections, Gavin? I understood you have been saying 42 all out, so
yeah, it's 32 all out. Actually, I was just having an inside joke with the coach of the college team. That's Cleveland Vidal.
Oh.
I've given him a nickname ever since the college were bowled out for 36 in the semifinals. So my new nickname for him is 36. I don't know. I no longer call him Cleveland. Whenever I see him, I call him 36.
Oh, okay. And the DGS ensured that they got something lower than 56. 42. So they are the holders of the lowest score.
Well, the coach for the grammar school team, Enoch Lee, his normal nickname is Selector Lee, but we'll probably have to call him 32. End of another over. So, like you rightly said, Andy, maybe we could be playing till about 7 past or maybe 10 past 12 because we didn't have a bang on time start of 10 o'clock. is I think the Castlebrew Secondary School just looking to see if they can maybe just get that lead to 200 and just call it quits. Although they wouldn't mind the batting practice for the likes of Lindbergh Daru, who's not out on 24. This one goes below the feet of, or in between the feet of Chance Marshall, will be buys.
And with that score, there is still a player who didn't score. I think it's Aiden Burton.
Oh, yes.
He was out for naught. The guy yesterday, Caesar got
Yes.
him for a duck. And the captain is Aiden Burton.
And Andy, that just shows you the level of talent that the Castlebrew Secondary School has, because there are two main batters, Aiden Burton and the senior Fontaine. Between them, they only scored 20 runs, but the total is 220 for 4. So Valmon, that just shows the importance of Valmon and his knock, and also Benjamin, who got a 40 odd. How much did he get exactly? 40. All right. Slower delivery. And gets to the boundary. 4 more. Actually, signal 6.
As a gift of a delivery of full toss. And Liebert making no mistake, hoisting it over the mid-wicket boundary. 6 runs. Moves him to a 30. 226 for the loss of 4. Really grinding the Dominica Grammar School into the Windsor Park dust. Yeah, and certainly I'm not too sure. They will really have to have a great batting performance from people like Diony Rule.
Well, I mean, we would love to see that as neutral fans. The grammar school come out, and put a big total. But in the context of the match, even if they put a big total, the time that it will take them to get to that total, they're not going to have much time to set something that they would be able to defend and bowl out the Castlebrew Secondary School. So he's appealing, but that one struck outside the leg stump.
Yeah, and coming from around the wicket, ball directed, pitched outside the leg. So certainly no chance whatsoever in getting the decision of an LBW. So maybe Liebert Darrow would want to bat on, get past the half century. I don't think the Castlebrew Secondary School, they are too keen on any declaration presently.
They say beat them with the bat. That's what they're doing. And gets an outside edge, and will it get to the boundary? No, it holds up just in front of the boundary ropes or the boundary cones. But that's some more runs to the total.
I'm talking about the cones, very colorful, really adding to the spectacle here at Windsor Park. Usually there's a rope. You can see all sorts of color cones, orange, blue, red, green, yellow, and it really paints a beautiful picture.
And you can also see some markings on the field, the lanes, as they're preparing for the national championships tomorrow. That's track and field at the stadium. So that's being organized by the Dominica Athletics Association, and it's another opportunity for athletes to qualify for the Carifta Games, which will be held during the Easter break. We have 4 qualifiers so far, Andy. Corell Etienne and Addison James, the 2 athletes based in Jamaica. And we also have 2 athletes from the Aspirers Club who met the qualifying mark in Martinique on the weekend.
And we're also going to have Thea Lafogatson in action for first time for the year, Gavin?
Yes, first time for the year.
In China.
Yes, World Indoor Championships. And she's the defending champion. She's going to be competing in that event tomorrow, as we have some buys signaled by the umpire. So it's an opportunity for her to win another gold medal.
we'll have the privilege of seeing it, Gavin. Do you
Yes,
know
I
anything?
yes, I believe it should be available on as he struck
That's
in
all.
front there. His opinion is given. So Albert strikes again. Batsman caught playing back when he should have been playing forward. You can
Yes, it
see.
was a good delivery there by Albert. He was pitching short all the time, but then he floated this one and had the batter Daru indecisive, not wanting to come forward. He played back and he was struck plumb in front. And that's the end of Daru for 32. 229 for 5 as the players go off the field for lunch.
Yes, lunch, as we see the umpires just removing the bail. So it's been a very, very good morning for the Castlebrus, or good opening session, morning session for the Castlebrus Secondary School. 229 for 5 is their score at lunch. Remember, they resumed the day on 95 for 2. It's big century from Kenneth Valmon. And Andy Carter, I'm sure you'll run through the scores before we take a break.
Well, from 95 for 2, they lost. They lost the one Benjamin. Overnight he was on 22. He went on to get 40. Valmore, who was 35 not out, went on to get 108. Libert Darrow, the batter, just out, leg before board, Kevin Albert for 32. And at lunch, 229 for 5. Remember yesterday, the game began yesterday, is the sports division secondary schools championship match under 20 at Windsor Park between the DGS and the Castlebrus Secondary School. The DGS, they won the toss, they batted, they were dismissed for 32. Kestel Lestrade 4 for 8, Arsenio Fontaine 3 for 3, Libert Darrow took 2 wickets for no runs, and overnight 95 for 2. And at lunch on the second day, the Castlebrus Secondary School 229 for 5. Libert Darrow out on the stroke of lunch for 32. Valmore was bowled by Pascal for 108, and we had Doan Benjamin out for 40. So that's the position at lunch. You will join us after lunch. I do believe that they resume at 1 o'clock. I will have to confirm that because usually in these cricket, usually it's 40 minutes, but I think in these games they give an hour for lunch. So we will check it. You will keep in tune with us, and as soon as play is ready, you can rejoin us. So Andy Carter, on behalf of Gavin, we now take a lunch break. Thank you very much. Welcome back to the Windsor Park Sports Stadium. The news that the Castlebrus Secondary School, they have declared at 229 for 5. So Vince Darrow is not out on 1. 229 for 5. The umpires have decided that there are still a few overs to be bowled. So we apologize. We thought that it was lunch, but actually they have declared, Gavin, the Castlebrus Secondary Schools, they have declared with a seat coming less than 200-run lead, but still sufficient. Not too sure why they would want to declare just about a few more minutes before lunch. But that's the position. The Castlebrew Secondary School, they have declared a 229 for 5 with Kenny Valmon 108. Derwin Benjamin scored 40. Libert Darrow made 32. And we're going to have a continuation of play. Gavin is going to join me. He thought it was lunch. I thought it was lunch. I think everyone, because if play begins after 10, naturally at about sometime after 12, you would have expected it to be lunch. But not so here. And I got it from Thomas Kentish, who told me that they are going to see a few more overs, which I'm at a loss. Gavin, can you tell us exactly? If you get it from the man who is organizing it, then you cannot go wrong by saying. But it's a bit baffling.
Well, Andy, my only thoughts is maybe lunch is scheduled for 12:30. That would maybe be the only thing. So with the wicket haven't fallen, Casabrus declaring, then you have the 10 minutes change for over, change between innings, sorry, is probably likely that the Casabrus captain said, you know what, we have grammar school on the back foot, they're under pressure. At the back of their minds, they're probably thinking about the delicious lunch that's going to be served. But let's keep them out in the sun a little longer and go and bat. So focus on batting a few overs before you have lunch. So maybe that's probably the tactic.
Well, let's hope it works, because you have a mammoth score. You could continue to lunch and put the pressure, scoreboard pressure on the Dominica Grammar School. That's a side you dismiss for
32.
For just 32. So you could have gone on, maybe get in excess. They didn't even achieve the 250 promised by Captain Aidan Burton. 229 for 5.
Well, Andy, I think when you look at it, because remember, you're not at the highest level yet. You're still, at the lower levels. And psychologically, the mere fact that the grammar school, after being, put out in the field for the entire morning, they've been, bowling, and they had to bowl a session before yesterday. The mere fact that they have to go out to try to negotiate maybe 3 or 4 overs right in front of lunch, when you know that they're probably a bit fetish after being out in the hot sun for the entire morning. That alone is a big psychological advantage for the Castlebrew Secondary School.
The ground staff, they were coming out, but the umpires really demanding and ushering them out. We can't come on now. We are going on the field. So we are seeing the 2 umpires, Delroy Liverpool and Marcel Matthew, making their way to the middle, followed by the Castlebrew Secondary School. Does the Castlebrew Secondary School have an next assignment? Do they want to leave town by 4 o'clock or before 4?
well, Andy, for the hopes of the Dominica Grammar School, for the hopes of the neutral fans who are looking at it and wanting to see some good cricket for the next, 4 hours there, so because the game is scheduled to end at 6, so 5 hours there. So let's hope that the grammar school can, bat out and give a much better performance than they did in the first innings. Otherwise, like you said, Castlebrew will be heading home very early. They'll probably stop by maybe KFC or somewhere, get some chicken and have some celebration as they head back up to Castlebrew. Or who knows, they're probably looking to end the game as early as possible so they could get some, get a shower and whatnot and head back to the DFA Technical Center, because the Castlebrew-based team, that's Valvoline Way United, they'll be in action tonight at 6:30. So who knows? Maybe they have some other plans.
I think they have other plans, because they could have applied as much pressure. There's no real need for them. If the game were, if rain or anything, which you cannot see any sign of that, they would have been declared the champions. So it's not a case where you have to attain an outright victory. But the coach and the captain, they have decided We out these guys for 32. Let's attack them once more and maybe repeat the feat by dismissing them, if not for 32, but certainly less than 132.
Yes. So a lot to be resting on the shoulders of Dione Roll, the captain and the best batsman for the Dominica Grammar School. Chance Marshall will also have to raise his hand and do some batting. Ellen Pascal is no slouch with the bat as well.
But they have to contend with Kester
Lestrade.
Lestrade and Arsenio Fontaine. And these are seasoned players. They have been there, done that.
Yes.
And you can see they coming out with a burst of energy, the Cassie Secondary School. Unlike when we saw the grammar school coming out, kind of a lethargic, just strolling up. You can see these guys there, the CBSS guys, they're coming out with a purpose. You can see them vibrant, they're energetic, and wanting to get the job done. I think they want to get the job done as quickly as possible.
Well, they're in the front foot, or I should say they're on the front foot, so they will be the happier of the two teams. And like I said, Andy, it's a psychological battle because I don't think grammar school wants to be out there now to try to negotiate about 10 minutes, this period. If they lose a wicket or two or maybe even three, it will spell disaster for them, and surely the match probably won't go on to tea. So you can see Lestrade warming up. Bright orange shoes. He has two slips. Attacking field for the Castlebrooke Secondary School. You can just look at the difference between the two teams. When the grammar school were bowling early this morning, they were already on the defensive from the first over. It's Lestrade. Get us on the way. And drive in. But drive straight to the fielder. But they'll get some overthrows, though. Some excitement there in the field from the Castlebrooke Secondary School.
Yes, a firm drive straight to the man at mid-off. He saw the non-striker charging down. He shied at the stumps, and they allowed the batsman. So Dianero gets 2 runs, gets off the mark.
So it looks like it's Caesar opening the batting with Roll. So Roll has to play a captain's innings. If not to, like you said, Andy, try to post as big a total as possible. If you're going to go down, at least you're going to go down fighting, go down with some pride.
And maybe just keep the Castlebrooke Secondary School getting the championship with just first innings honors.
Yes, at least that. It's going to be a tall ask, though. You're going to have to bat at least 3-4 hours. So Roll takes us another sharp single.
So it doesn't look like the one Benjamin is the wicket keeper. Looks like I've got the numbers there. It looks like Gasper, number 7, Gasper. Yeah, to me, is that Benjamin at cover?
Yes, looks like Benjamin's at cover there.
Catch him! And that one was in the corridor there, and Cesar withdrew the bat at the last moment. Very well done there by Cesar because that ball had some movement.
Definitely so. Caesar really watchful. For a moment there, even you thought that he had, that Lestrade had his man.
Late withdrawal there by Cesar. Could see the ball moving towards the slips region where Arsenio Fontaine is stationed. Okay, he's just playing outside the off stump and through to the wicket keeper. So the captain is at second slip. in Burton, and the Arsenio Fountain, the vice captain, is at first slip.
So I'm sure maybe your senior fountain will be operating from the media center end. As Lestrade looking to replicate what he did in the first innings. He picked up 4 for 8. Brings us to the end of the over. Just a 3 runs off it in the end. And the grammar school 3 without loss.
Batting in their second innings, dismissed for 32 after having won the toss. You must remember that, because you win the toss, the pitch looks green top, and then you know the bowlers like Kester Lestrade is there, then maybe you think, well, the honor roll will combat that, but it wasn't to be.
Yes. I think that would have been the disappointing part for the grammar school. That their top order didn't fire. Really put the team under pressure.
As you quite rightly said, Arsenio Fountain will pick up the attack from the northern end, the Roseau River end, the media center end.
I think, Andy, that the officials need to officially name the ends, because sometimes we say it's like we said, we give it 3 different names. It's a Fahu, that's a loose one, and that's gonna go down for buys at least. Yes, buy signal by the umpire.
I guess when you want to promote Dominica, and you speak of that beautiful river passing, it kinds of lends to the whole vibes, as they would say. Yeah. But then it's the northern end. It's also the media center end.
Yes.
Yeah.
We also call it the media center, right?
Media
Center,
center,
Roseau
yes.
River end.
Yes.
On the other side, we have the Billy Doctorow Pavilion end. Some say the southern end. And I've even heard the Botanic Gardens end.
Yes. That's when you really want in your promotion
Yes.
of because we have a tourism product. You may never forget that. So we try to promote Dominica as the nature isle as it is.
Yes. But there's no doubt as it relates to the naming of the facilities or the amendments which support the Windsor Park, as this is a straight-ish delivery from a senior fountain, straight and full. We have the Norbert Phillip and Adam Sanford stand, the Grayson Shillingford and Irvin Shillingford stand, the Clem John and Caleb Lura stand, the Thomas Kentish stand, and we have the media center that's not been named yet. You have any nominees, any suggestions, Andy Carter?
I wouldn't want to be the one really proposing. I'll leave that to the experts. Maybe get Shanice, because there are a lot of experts. Because if you pattern on Barbados, there's the Joel Garner end, Malcolm Marshall end. In Jamaica, the Michael Holden end, Cutley Ambrose end, Andy Roberts end, can pattern it after some great sportsmen, but it's always something to be looked at, Gavin. That's as much as I would say.
Well, that was whipped off the toes there and gone to the boundary for 4. So some good batting there from Dione Roll, really showing why he's highly rated. And that's a good contest, Arsenio Fountain and Dione Roll.
Well, he had to dig that one out, and he got a good bat onto it, and it sped across to the backward square leg boundary for 4. Not a bad delivery by Fountain, but nonetheless, a boundary scored off it.
Tries a slower ball this time, it's Fountain, and they will get the single. I believe it takes us to the end of the over. Yes, it is, end of the over. 12:29. Will we have time for one more? The umpire looks like he's walking towards the stumps. No, they've taken lunch this time. So 2 overs successfully negotiated by the Dominica Grammar School. And they're 10 without loss. They're still miles behind in terms of the first innings deficit But they'll be quite happy that they were able to negotiate the short period before lunch. 2 overs, not losing the wicket. 10 without loss. Andy, a quick recap from you, and then we'll take the lunch break.
Well, we previously said it was lunch, but this time, for real, it's lunch. The Castlebrook Secondary School overnight, they were 95 for 2. Kenny Valmon was on 35. Benjamin was not out on 22. Benjamin went on to get 40. Kenny Valmore went on to get 108. Liebert Daru made 32. And the Castlebrook Secondary School declared at 229 for 5, an overall lead on first innings of 197. And the Dominica Grammar School came out to bat. They just faced 2 overs. With senior bowling 1 over for 6 runs, and Lester Lestrade bowling 1 over for 4 runs. So at lunch, the Dominica Grammar School batting a second time, 10 without loss. The only rule is on 8. Jaden Caesar is on 1. Scores in the match, 32 Grammar School all out, and 10 without loss. The Castlebrook Secondary School 229 for 5 declared. So that's the position here at lunch. You can join us after lunch for continuation of commentary in the sports division secondary schools under 20 championship match played here at Windsor Park in the bright sunshine. And just to remind you that you are listening to it on DBS Radio 89.5 and also the Facebook and YouTube platform. Until you join us after lunch, goodbye from the Windsor Park.
All right, welcome back to Windsor Park. Players would have had some refreshments, some time in the shade. The production team as well had a chance to get a bite to eat. Everyone is nice and dandy. We're back here at Windsor Park, and it's time for the resumption of these finals in the Sports Division Secondary Schools Under 20 Cricket Championships. Dominica Grammar School taking on the Castlebrew Secondary School, and it's the Dominica Grammar School on the back foot. They're going to need a big effort from Dione Roll and company to get themselves back into the match. Andy Carter, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Gavin, and welcome back to all our listeners on 89.5 frequency, DBS, and on their platform, the Facebook and YouTube platform. The players are nourished. We also had a delightful, a real tasty lunch, so we can boast about it. As the first delivery from Lestrade, the batter there, the Aniro going, seeing a delivery pitched up, going for an almighty drive and not making contact.
Not making contact, so Dione Roll just probably needing to take a moment or two to really settle down. He has to remember how valuable that his wicket is, because if he departs, that will spell some real trouble for the Dominica Grammar School. Kester Lestrade, the man who picked up 4 wickets in the first innings, beats the first fielder but can't beat the second, and gets the single.
A positive, firm drive there by Roll, but he couldn't pierce he pierced one fielder there at short extra cover, but the man at mid-off covered quite nicely. So we see the one Benjamin taking his place behind the stumps. Before lunch, we saw Alison Gasper holding on behind the stumps, but presently the one Benjamin has gone back. As you said, he is some relative of Gian.
Gian Benjamin, yes.
Gian. And Gian is listening to us. So good afternoon to you, Gian. I think you have to do some works in the nets because the next encounter begins on the 2nd of April.
Ooh, squared him up there. Lucky they didn't breach his defenses. And they'll get the single. So Caesar moves on to 3. Grammar School. Or to 2, actually. Grammar School 12 without loss.
So you can see Dione Roll very confident and competent. But you can see that Caesar is struggling to just keep the ball from hitting his stumps. But so far, so good.
Driving again, but straight to the fielder. Well placed. Looks like the Castlebrew Secondary School have done their homework. They realize the areas that Dione Roll loves to hit the ball. Loves to play on the offside.
Has played some positive drive so far without actually piercing the field. But solid, firm confidence so far, Roll.
Let's try it again. And this one is in the air, but over the fielder's head. We'll get one. Coming back for 2. Has to hustle, but had it been a better throw, I'm sure Caesar would have been in some trouble.
Well, a false shot there by Dione Roll. The man at mid-on thought he was in business for a moment. He was running back, but the ball just eluded him. And fortunately for Roll, he gets 2 more runs.
So the Grammar School still 185 runs behind. A lot of work to do just to make Castlebrew Secondary School bat again. And with a sizable lead like that, you can see how aggressive the Castlebrew Secondary School can be in the field. The 2 fielders that slip. It's working at one off the legs. Can't beat the fielder at mid-wicket. And there's no run. End of the over. 3 completed. It's 14 without loss.
Yes, a good solid on drive there. But again, straight to the fielder. and he couldn't score. 14 without loss. Rule is on 11. Caesar is on 2. 14 without loss. The Dominica Grammar School batting in their second innings. Can't forget that they were dismissed for 32 in the first innings. As we're about to see Arsenio Fountain, the vice captain of the Castlebrook Secondary School, using just one slip on this occasion.
It's Fountain wide outside and we'll get some buys, or maybe signal wide. We'll have to wait. Buys the signal from the umpire. Looks very close to a wide as well, Andy.
Yes, well, if it's not a limited over game, they're a bit more lenient on the wides. Had it been maybe a T20 or 50 over a side game, they would maybe have called that. But in the 2-day match, the umpires don't really call wides going down the leg side or just fractionally outside the off stump.
So it's Fountain. And again outside, just hugging that wide guideline for the umpires.
There's no doubt in my mind that had it been a white ball game, that would have definitely been a wide.
Definitely. So Senior Fountain should be a household name very, very soon. A young upcoming cricketer. He's dominated the secondary schools program. He's also done well at the regional level, national level as well, youth level albeit.
Getting that ball there to jog back there to Caesar. Caesar played it quite well on this occasion. His previous deliveries he had faced, he wasn't looking too good, but as he has stayed there, seems to be growing in confidence.
Seems to be doing that. And Andy Arsenio Fountain is the son of Ursan Fountain. I'm sure if you remember him from Surgical Southeast fame. It's one wide again. And his sister is also a very good cricketer as well. She's also represented the West Indies under 19 team. That's Anisha Fountain.
Yes, so cricket runs deep in the veins of the Fountains.
So Anisha and Ursan. Fountain. Can Fountain dislodge Diony Roll?
What about Kiwana Fountain?
But that Fountain is from the Granby side. That's
Okay. She might be doing her Experience Creole right now.
It's just about 1 o'clock. So
Oh, wow.
it's 7 past 1.
I'm way ahead of time, man, Gavin.
I think the lunch free off.
Oh,
Normally you have
definitely.
your lunch up. It's down the leg side and, well, no run. Normally you would have your lunch at 1, a little after 1. We had
Yes.
it after 12. So mindset. Okay, end of the over.
A niggeritis might set in and you fall asleep. So,
Well, I think it might be difficult for me to fall asleep, especially if the game gets exciting. But, if the cool air-conditioned room that we're in here at the stadium, you never just know. I might have to take a look out for my, the rest of the technical staff, Kyle and Dean. I know Dean is a guy who loves his rest and stuff. He might just take a little nap. But
I mean, as you mentioned, air condition, it's not as cold as it was when we were doing the
4-day match.
The 4-day match. It was extremely cold. Fellas were having to get their sweater, but it's kind of well adjusted, I must say. And there is Lestrade, the batter, there Caesar, almost looking like he wants to guide the ball into the hands of the slips, but failing to do so on this occasion.
yeah,
Just hanging the bat out there.
has to be careful, Caesar. He's done a good job so far. You'd want to stay there and provide some support for Diony Roll. The team generally has to look to try to see if they can bat around Dione rule. And Caesar does well to get another single.
Yes, ball lifting is a very short man. Lifted on him, handled it quite well, turned it down to short fine leg and gets another run.
Another run to the total 20 without loss. So Dione Roll is on strike, and I must say, Andy, I'm really impressed with the youngster, the way that he shapes up. You can just look at him, see that he's a guy who goes about like he knows his business. I hope I do not put the dreaded commentator's curse on him. Oh, that's going to get to the boundary. Yes, it does. So another good shot from Dione Roll, Andy.
Yes, whipping the ball off his pads and the ball going to the mid-wicket boundary. But he seems to be hitting the ball on the onside aerially. But he saw some wonderful drives on the offside all along the ground. But his two shots on the onside so far, they have been in the air.
Yeah, I think he's also trying to clear, the field at mid-wicket as well. And, there's no protection behind that guy. So could be a generally safe shot. Just trying to cut that one, but it was a bit too close for the cut. So Grammar School off to a much better start compared to their first innings when they were bowled out for just 32.
Well, the sunshine has baked this strip, has taken off most of the early moisture has gone, and it's a flat track now, and you can see Lestrade having to toil to get any life out of this strip at this present time.
Let's try it again, and Dione Roll up to the task, but won't get the run. Plays it to the field at point.
In the first innings, a delivery like that would maybe get a little bit more bounce and a little more pace. But you can see Rule comfortably in behind this delivery from Lestrade.
Lestrade is making his way back to his mark. Operating from the Billy Doctor Pavilion end. Castlebrook Secondary School still for an attacking field. Struck in front, he's appealing. I think it might have just been a bit too high, Andy.
Yes, a good shout, but the umpire, Delroy Liverpool, judging that it bounced a bit too much on that occasion. So the over comes to an end. At the end of the over, the Dominica Grammar School batting a second time, 24 without loss. The only rule is on 15. Caesar is on 4.
So a very good start from the grammar school. But I am sure that the Castlebrook Secondary School won't be bothered by this at all. Yes, they would have had at the back of the minds that they were able to bowl out grammar school for 32. But they also know that the grammar school, they're not a team to be taken lightly. So it's for Senior Fountain to continue. Pitched up delivery there to Caesar. I'd love to see how the Castlebrook Secondary School spinners will operate on a surface like that. And we didn't get to see much of them in the first innings as the fast bowlers ran through the team. There's also the likes of Dylan John to come for the Castlebrook Secondary School. So they have a lot of options with the ball.
Yes, they have Dylan John. They also have Laibud Daru. Took 2 wickets without conceding a run.
So again, and that seems to be a much better over from a Senior Fountain. Previous over was a bit guilty of spraying the ball on the offside, down but much better now. Bang on target, targeting the stumps, bowling stump to stump.
Seems to be jogging the ball back from outside the off stump.
So the grammar school still trailing by 175. Attempted short delivery from Senior Fontaine, and Caesar not bothered at all. Just watches it go by, ducks out of the way.
Trying to extract some life, but the wicket has lost much of its pace, and the bowlers will have to concentrate on good line and length.
Yes, it's going to be a real test for the bowlers. How do you get the breakthrough? Especially when the surface is not offering much. Then it calls for you, the bowler, to devise some plans. Maybe you'll try some off cutters. Maybe you'll try to mix up your pace.
But Fontaine is an experienced campaigner.
Fishing outside the off stump there. Goes to the keeper safely. End of the over. I think it was a maiden over. Yes, maiden over it is from Senior Fontaine. Yes, figures of none for 7 and the score 24 without loss.
So the weather has been quite good. Brilliant sunshine. Usually we keep on looking to the east to see if there's any rain in the making, but I can tell you the players would enjoy having a bit of cloud cover, if not rain, but at least a bit of cloud cover. But you can play cricket in rain. So when there's brilliant sunshine, make hay while the sun shines. That's how it goes.
It's Lestrade continuing from the Billy Doctor Pavilion end.
So you can see that Lestrade will have to work harder to get his wickets second time around.
Yeah, and the only rule is you can see he's not been too aggressive. He's been watchful. I think he's realized that if the grammar school are going to lose, they're going to go down with a respectable total.
Rule is the captain, and for his side, he would want to do well, but individually, you as a batter will always like to get as much as possible, so as many, I should say, and he would try to put up his hand and see if he gets a century. If he can stay there and the other batters work around him, that will be good for them. The CBSS will only manage to get the championship by virtue of first innings.
Yes, at least that. So they will have some sort of pride. This one is whipped off the legs and down to the fielder, fine leg. Just a single.
They've got to be mindful that you lose one, sometimes you lose wickets in clusters. So they've got to be mindful, stay there as long as possible.
I wonder what Coach Enoch Lee would have said to the team as they had the lunch break and went out to bat. In terms of what sort of instructions he would have given them. You can see Caesar just starting to really get more comfortable, Andy. Right in the bounce of that last delivery.
Yes, Lestrade there attempting to get the ball to lift, but it's not really reacting to what he really wants to achieve. And in the end, Caesar, diminutive lad, kept his ground and he kept his eye on the ball, and that's how he managed to play it quite competently.
Pulled the bat in just in the nick of time. That channel outside the off stump. Diony roll. Just doing some gardening. He's not out on 16. Is he at Diony roll? So let's try to continue. And a dot ball to take us to the end of the over. It's not been the best of starts for the Castlebrook Secondary School in terms of getting the wickets, but a very good start from the grammar school. They're 26 without loss.
Lestrade has just completed his fourth over. 4 overs, none for 14. And in the first innings, he had 4 wickets for 8 runs. So already the grammar school, they're working hard. They to see at least Lestrade off, removed from the attack, and have to contend with someone else. But at the moment, they still have to contend with the senior Fountain.
So it's Fountain continuing from the media center end, or the Roseau River end. Comes steaming in towards Caesar. And Caesar, I think he's done a good job so far, but he could have really afforded to have just let that one go.
The only thing with Caesar, he could leave the ball outside the off stump, but you can see him getting that left foot across, which is good for him, rather than playing back. I hope I do not talk too early and we see him play back. But so far, he's getting that left leg across, and that's good. That speaks volumes for him.
Get into the pitch of the delivery.
You can definitely see that the Castlebrook Secondary School bowlers, they've got to work harder for their wickets in the second innings. In the first innings, maybe the grammar school would have been 26 for 8 already.
Here's Fountain. And again, Caesar just fishing at that one outside the off stump. And this time, Andy, we didn't see the foot movement as we saw with the previous deliveries.
Yes, he has to be able to judge when the ball is way outside the off stump. And when it's closer to him, try to cut. But it doesn't make sense trying. To me, he's just trying to give the slip. There's one slip there, catch in practice. But he has done it several times. He needs to try to eliminate that. It seems like it's a magnet. The ball had already passed him, and yet he was trying to play that same shot just to guide the ball through third man. He needs to make up his mind. You either play a shot or you just allow the ball to go through.
So Fountain bowled a maiden the over before. And so far, so good from him. Hasn't conceded. So that's what can also happen, Andy. If Fountain, for example, locks down one end, could make life easier for Kester Lestrade at the other end, where Diony Roll or even Caesar himself might feel the need, to try to see, what sort of runs they can milk off Lestrade, because you also want to keep the scoreboard ticking.
But bowling to a lad like Caesar can be rather frustrating, because you seem to believe that's a wicket for the taking, and yet till he defends the ball which are on his thumbs.
And he's also doing quite well riding these tip boxes. Think about too, the throw comes in, and well, a direct hit from the outfield, but Caesar made his ground quite easily. It's 2 runs in the end, coming off that final delivery. And after 8 overs, it's the Dominica Grammar School 28 without loss.
Yes, that delivery was cutting back and he was in the right position. He opened the face of the bat to give him credit and guided the ball to third man. There was a fumble in the field which allowed Caesar to get a second run. He is on 7, Rule is on 16, and the Dominica Grammar School in their second innings, 28 without loss. It's still Lestrade. Goes to Rule. Rule gets the delivery. She rushes onto him. He turns it past the backward square leg. There's a vacant region and cross for 2 more runs.
Partnership up to 30 now for the Dominica Grammar School. So they're just 2 runs away from what they would have scored in the first innings. And Castle Bruce, however, there's still 169 runs in front. So they're still in a very commanding position. There's no reason for them to panic or be worried.
A few more spectators have come into the Windsor Park to witness the conclusion of this game.
Yeah, a few school children as well. .30 without loss.
So Lestrade might be coming to the end of his spell. He has both 4 overs and 2 balls so far. I don't believe you would really want to press him to too many overs in this blistering sunlight.
Yeah, and I think also with the fact that they have able backup bowlers or change bowlers, Lestrade can afford that luxury for a quick burst, get some rest, and then come back again. So, from the looks of it, not seen any fielders really warming up, Andy. So, might suggest that we'll see another over from Osinio Fontaine.
You can see Lestrade putting a lot of effort, but not getting the assistance from the pitch. He was trying maybe to get the ball to lift to Rule, but not getting the assistance, as I said, and Rule playing quite comfortably. He's an accomplished batter, Deani Rule.
Well, good all-round cricket, all good delivery from Lestrade, and then we saw it's firmly struck by Rule, but good fielding too. Struck straight to the fielder just behind point.
Yes, Jeremiah Thomas doing some good work, fielding quite cleanly, and that's a bowler's delight when he's getting the support from his fieldsmen. Rule is on 18, waits now for Lestrade. He's playing this one on the onside, a chance there to run him out. He shies at the stumps. Good backing up there by Fontaine. 1 more run to Rule.
And they have noticed something there. I'm just hoping that it's not something that's too serious, where Deani Rule seems to always, or is quite frequently, playing the ball onto the onside and sometimes loses his handle on the bat. He's forced to play it with one hand. I'm not too sure why. It has to do with the timing or of the shot or something. But
he may be falling over in his attempt to go on the offside. When the ball is there on the onside, he seems to be off balance somewhat. And maybe the Castle Bruce Secondary School may have to put a shot mid-wicket They'll have to employ a different field. The over comes to an end. Over number 5 for Lestrade. His figures reach 5 overs, none for 17. And 31 without loss after 9 overs. The Dominica Grammar School batting a second time. Remember that they were dismissed for 32. So they'll be watching the scoreboard and say, for sure, we're not getting out for 32.
Well, there's still one more run to get. You never know.
But they mustn't be complacent. I mean, 32 is not really a target. Even after winning a toss, you would have felt really bad outing for 32 after having won the toss. And immediately you have put yourself under pressure.
Tremendously so. So it's a senior Fontaine who does dissects the 2 fielders but won't get to the boundary. But the only rule will get 2. Another good shot from Rule.
Yes, bisecting the mid-on and the mid-wicket players and earning himself 2 more runs. We have mostly seen the Rule facing up to Lestrade. And I think Caesar has faced more from his new Fontaine. But now Rule faces up to Fontaine.
Well, that one didn't quite carry. Kept a bit low. Rule has to be mindful of that moving forward.
And pitch has lost all its pace, and maybe not too long from now, we might see some spin introduced.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the captain, Aidan Burton, probably looks to need to explore his options. We've seen, well, we're into the 10th over, and we haven't really seen anything threatening the 2 batsmen. They look quite comfortable out there. Matter of fact, the likes of Caesar has even grown more in confidence, as you've been saying, Andy. So maybe Aidan Burton might want to give the batsman something else to look at. Just a little change.
A lot of options. He has Laibud Daru, he has Dylan John. Pushes it on the offside, mid-off comes in quickly, sends the return to the wicketkeeper, but the batters cross for a run. They were under some pressure there, but well judged. Moves the score to 34. 34 without loss. Dominica Grammar School, the only rule 22. Caesar 7. We're in the 10th over. Been bowled by New Fontaine.
Fontaine with 2 more deliveries left. So it'll be another dot ball straight to the keeper.
Another frustrating moment for Fontaine, saying, how am I not getting the edge of Caesar's bat? He either misses or he gets the middle of the bat. No edges whatsoever from Caesar.
Fontaine, final delivery of his over. And Caesar up to the task.
It's this one of the full face of the bat, and you can see Caesar feeling a bit dejected that he can't get the breakthrough. Fontaine completes his 5th over, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12, his figures reads. And 34 without loss, the Dominica Grammar School.
Yeah, so Fontaine doing quite well, economical rate of just 2.4. Once you're below 3, in a multi or in a red ball match, you can generally say that you've been doing okay. But 165 runs, that's the deficit that the Dominica Grammar School needs to overcome.
So we're still going to see Lestrade. They're persisting with Lestrade. Lestrade will begin his 6th over. trying to generate some pace, but the pitch has settled down and he can't get the sort of assistance he got in the first innings, and definitely having to work much harder. And Rule batting very comfortably here at Windsor Park. We want to get a big score in the semi-finals against the Academics. He had a 33 when the DGS was 68 for 2. You would want to better that by far. Driving to the right of mid-on, in the air for some time, but the ball races into the boundary for 4. So 4 more runs to Rule. Again, shots on the onside seem to be in the air, but safely into the boundary it goes. 4 more runs to Rule.
But that one was struck firmly. Although the field at mid-on could have done just a little better. But struck firmly. And Rule seems to be a man on a mission. Who's the 26, Andy?
Yes, he's the captain. As they say, captain, save your side. And he's got to keep working. A lot of work to do.
Down the leg side goes Lestrade. And I hope that Aidan Burton, the captain, is just trying to assess things and realize that, okay, I think I might need to offer the batters another look, something else. Lestrade is into his 6th over. Yes, he did well in the first innings, but things haven't really gone his way in the second. And Andy, you don't want a situation where Rule and Caesar would stay out there and really get comfortable and make life difficult for the other bowlers who have to come. So you want to try to mix up things a little bit.
So the captain, the lone slip there, watching the proceedings. He is a bowler also. He had figures of 4 for 7 against the Dominica State College. So they've got some weapons in the
Yes, Arsenal.
Arsenal. So they don't want to say your team name. Outside the off stump, flashes that. A wonderful take, and up goes the finger. Roll goes brilliantly caught at the wicket there by the one Benjamin. There was some hesitancy by the umpire, but in the end, raised that dreaded finger, and Diony Roll goes back to the pavilion. Caught wicketkeeper Benjamin, bowled by Lestrade. The Grammar School lose their first wicket with the score on 38.
Well, that was a shot that Roll could have avoided. Outside of the off stump, no real reason to go out there chasing that delivery. The umpire had a long, thought about it for a long time. I think maybe he was offering Roll the opportunity to start to walk, but when he realized that Roll was going nowhere, he raised his finger and said, well, yes, you did edge that ball. So first wicket goes down, and the Grammar School 38 for 1, still trailing by 161.
Yes, a fantastic catch there by the one Benjamin. Earlier in the over, he got one which was sprayed down the leg side. He gathered quite cleanly, so his glove work has been quite good. And then here was a short rising delivery outside of the off stump. Roll play that. He's playing an attacking shot, trying to back cut, and the ball getting the thinnest of edges. And the wicketkeeper, the one Benjamin, came up with a fantastic catch, putting the Dominica Grammar School set back somewhat. They were losing their captain for 26, 38 for the loss of 1. And Lestrade getting his first wicket. He has 1 for 21 so far.
All right, so the new batter, Chance Marshall, son of the legendary Roy Marshall. And for those of us who know cricket, we remember Roy Marshall as being a ferocious hitter of the ball. Good, genuine all-rounder as well. His son, Chance Marshall, I like to compare him to like a Marlon Samuels. He has that sort of mannerism, that aura about him. Chance Marshall, cool, calm demeanor on the field, like Marlon Samuels, the icon back in the day. But it's Lestrade looking for number 2. And Marshall watches it go by. So, end of the over. Successful over for Kester Lestrade and the Castlebrew Secondary School. It's the Dominica Grammar School 38 for 1.
Yes, just when you felt that Lestrade was coming to the end of his spell, that both 5 overs, and maybe Rule could just persevere and see Lestrade off. He played at a ball which he might have left alone, got the edge, and the captain is out. And maybe Lestrade may get another over, but 6 overs in this blistering sunshine, I can tell you, it takes its toll on you. These guys are young guys. Maybe you don't want to put them under that strain, Gavin.
Well, from the way that I saw Lestrade going, looks like he wants another over. So maybe the captain might have to wrestle the ball away from him. But it's Arsenio Fontaine to continue from the media center end, and immediately Caesar getting a ball well pitched up on the stumps.
Cesar isn't a big stroke player. He's a dogged player, and he can frustrate a bowler. You can see the frustration there on Fontaine, Arsenio Fontaine, thinking that I can get this guy out, but it's not happening like that. Blocks again. He puts a man at silly mid off there, but can't bore the defense of Caesar.
But Caesar seems to be determined not to give his wicket away. He did quite well in terms of providing support for Diony Roll. Roll has since departed. Can a Fontaine get through? And again, just look at Caesar being very watchful of the ball.
As his plan is to stay there. I'm not a big shot player. I'll defend my wicket and try to frustrate and see some bowling changes. If he can see Fontaine off, that will be a feather in his cap.
And Fontaine is really testing his defensive. He's bowling everything onto the stump. So if Caesar makes a single mistake, he's either going to be trapped leg before or that ball will come crashing into the stumps.
Yes, Caesar is enjoying himself. You could see him dancing away there. Fontaine goes into him once more, and again he comes forward. And as they would say, when you had balang balang, no. To add to the frustration of Fontaine. And then the ball was relayed onto the stumps, and here was Caesar saying, what are you doing? Come on, man. So it's just a matter of time before we see some bowling changes.
Yeah, Fontaine into his 7th or 6th over. 7th over, yes. So another maiden from Arsenio Fontaine. He's bowled 6 overs. He has figures of none for 12. End of the over, it's 38 for 1 after 12.
Is he still going to use Lestrade? I think no. I think you could see Lestrade with a slight limp when he was walking away. So we are about to see, I think it's the captain coming on. So Aidan Burton has relieved Kester Lestrade after having a successful over. Lestrade getting the prize wicket of Diony Roll out for 26 when the score was at 38. They have not added any runs so far since the dismissal of Diony Roll. And we're about to see Aidan Burton, the captain of the Castlebrew Secondary School, introducing himself from the southern end.
So Aidan Burton Just looking to see if he can get another wicket. Castlebrook Secondary School still well in front, 161 runs in front. Not sure if Aiden might probably want to have a few more fielders around the bat. Let's try to put a little more pressure on Chance Marshall, who just come to the crease. Seems to be okay with just the first slip. Fine leg and third manner up. So feel that point. Short cover. Extra cover and mid off, mid on. So it will be quite a bit of a challenge, Andy, if Chance is looking for a quick single in the infield. Have to look to go over the top.
So after 12 overs, we see the introduction of spin from the southern end. The captain taking on the honors, pulling from around the wicket. In the air and out. Chance Marshall, chance in his arm and field in. So Marshall goes for a duck, and just what the grammar school did not want, to lose wickets in clusters. They lost rule on 38. Now it was 38 for 1, and now Marshall goes caught at mid-off, bowled by Aiden Burton for a duck, 38 for the loss of 2.
Well, Andy, I was just making that point that the field setting would have made it very difficult for Chance Marshall to get any single unless he was able to beat the fielders. And one of his options would have been trying to go over the top. And that's what he tried to do there, but, couldn't get enough of that last delivery. And spooned up quite a simple catch in the end. So Grammar School losing their second wicket. And in some trouble now. Well, they already started the innings in trouble, but they're sinking into further trouble right now. 38 for 2.
Yes, and that's just what you have to be mindful of. You got a good start. You got to stay at the crease, because when you lose 1, you lose 2, and then problems. Looks like the big figure there of Pascal. Don't think you can mistake Pascal. He's the biggest guy by a distance. So look, a left-handed batter, and Burton continuing bowling from around the wicket. So you can see Sinu Fontaine. He's the vice captain. The bowler is the captain. So Sinu Fontaine playing a huge part in setting the field.
Aiden Burton, successful of the last delivery. And Elon Pascal playing a defensive shot. How do the Grammar School go about things now? Now that they've lost 2 quick wickets, still way behind in terms of the runs. Pascal gets a loose delivery, but will only get 1 despite the small misfield. And yeah, I just took a look over to my left and I saw my co-worker, my colleague struggling a little bit. I know how it can be, and the cool air condition after you've had a heavy meal and you're sitting on a chair. This one's down the leg side, but should only be 1. Sitting, trying to focus on the cricket, after a heavy meal in the cool air condition. That's the
Yes,
recipe for what you don't want to happen to you
yes.
one afternoon.
Especially when the program director, Mrs. Ivona Luge, really doubling it up, and that could cause a bit of sleepiness, drowsiness maybe, rather than sleepiness. Yeah, and we want to thank all those who made it possible. Ivana John Baptist Luge, get it correct. The sports coordinator, Mr. Trevor Shillingford. I'm sure you're listening. Who is there? So
Yeah.
maybe you might be there. I'm sure if you're not there, you're definitely listening. So we're about to see. It looks like Valmo. Kenny Valmo again spin from the northern end outside the off stump under no pressure to play on this occasion. Certainly not playing a shot there, Caesar. I think you've got to attack Caesar's stumps if you want to get him.
Yes. Well, Valmore with the ball, Andy, and remember, Castle Bruce already has one hand on the trophy. This one is tossed up, and they will get one. They'll think of two. They'll come back for two. Andy, right now the race for the man of the match. So Lestrade, well, he picked up the one wicket, so he has 5 in the match.
Right
But
now, I think Valmo is the
Valmore is
front
leading.
runner.
Yes, he's the front runner with that century. And if you were to pick up some wickets there, then that would be the icing on the cake.
Most definitely. It's not often that you say Caesar playing an attacking shot, but he did play an attacking shot. He got a full toss and he drove to cover and got 2 runs.
Looks like he's more comfortable playing against the spinners. As he's seen again another big shot from Caesar. Does it have the legs to get to the boundary? No, it doesn't. But Caesar showing some aggressiveness.
Yeah, stroking the ball firmly through extra cover. And again, 2 more runs. He's into double figures now. So Caesar getting the job done for his team.
So his first 2 deliveries or 3 deliveries from Valmon. Hasn't really been able to get the correct length. He's been extremely full. He's bowled a few full tosses. And tries to fire that one in, but keeper didn't collect. With the signal from the umpire. Buys. Total moves on to 44. 45 for 2. Grammar School approaching a small milestone of the 50.
So he's pushing back, telling the mid-off to go a bit further back, Jeremiah Thomas. There is a mid-on in Kaj John as Valmore is hitting this one in the air for 6 runs. Catching hold of a delivery there from Kenny Valmore is Alan Pascal and hoisting it hard and high over the boundary. 6 runs.
Well, Valmont wouldn't mind that at all. Yes, he was hit for a 6, and maybe, yes, the ball might have been in Pascal's hitting arc. But that's what the Castlewood Secondary School would want. They would want the grammar school to, try to chase the runs, try to be a more attackive. And, that could lead to their downfall as they look to get the wickets.
Pascal decides that he's going to take the attack. And as you quite rightly said, Gavin, the boys from the Castlebrook Secondary School won't mind it too much because with the attack is also a risk.
Yes. Still an attacking field. Pascal again was going for the big shot. 3 fielders were converging after that one. And the throw comes in.
Pascal going for an almighty heave by signal there by the umpire. Pascal going for an almighty heave, so the bowler wouldn't be too displeased with the manner in which Pascal is attempting to get on with things, and they will feel that it's only a wicket is only a moment away.
Right, so end of the over, and 14 completed. It's 52 for 2.
So 10 runs came off of Valmon's over. Caesar drove in fact for 2 twos and a huge 6 by Pascal. So we see Aiden Burton continuing from the southern end.
Picked up a wicket in his first over. Pascal looks to give him the treatment, and gives him the treatment is what he does. Another one to the fences, this time about 4.
So Pascal swinging and swinging the ball racing to the mid-wicket boundary. Pascal in a no-nonsense mood. He has come out there, said, if we're going down with our guns blazing.
Yes, indeed. I think we have a little delay. Trying to retrieve the ball.
I don't think that should cause any worry whatsoever to the Casabru Secondary School. As far, I think they should be happy with the manner in which Pascal is playing.
Had an idea for a single, but got quite rightly turned back.
Sometimes as a batter, you play these 2 aggressive shots and then you realize, let me just calm down and start to bat to occupy the crease. But it's not about occupation of the crease without runs. And good stop on the mid-wicket boundary. Once again, Pascal attacking and getting 2 more runs.
Well, Pascal might just force the captain Aiden Burton into a slight change in feel. Looking to play some big shots, particularly onto the onside, that mid-wicket region.
Pitches it a bit wider. Very smart bowling there by Burton. And Pascal almost chopped it onto his stumps. So he needs to attack, because you can see that Pascal is trying to hit all the balls on the onside. So it's a good idea to pitch it outside the off stump.
And Burton responsive for dot ball. 141 runs, that's the deficit Dominica Grammar School are facing. 141 more runs is what they need to make the Casabru Secondary School bat again.
He was thinking of going for that big shot again, but in the end, just split it back along the track to the bowler Burton. Brings about Burton's second over to an end. 2 overs, 1 for 7, 58 for the loss of 2. Ellen Pascal is on 13. Jaden Caesar is on 11. The Dominica Grammar School batting in their second innings, 58 for 2.
Casabru Secondary School in search of some more wickets. They surely don't have any intentions of batting a second time. They have a lot of runs to play with. As we have a little bit of stoppage in play as the 2 fielders get some sort of instructions or something.
So Kenny Valmon will continue from the Roseau River end. Ball to Jaden Caesar. Caesar is on 11. He opened the innings with his captain, Diony Rule. He lost to Rule when the score was on 38. Rule out for 26. And the vice captain, Chance Marshall, out for a duck. First delivery draws the batsman forward. Benjamin not gathering quite cleanly, but no run results. So Valmon operating from around the wicket. Floats this one up. Caesar going, playing an attacking shot. The ball striking him on the pad. A stifled appeal from the players. Not out, says umpire Marcel Matthew. Valmon once again. Bows a full toss. Driven to Thomas. Thomas there at mid-on. And he can score. Disappointed there, Caesar, that he didn't get a full toss away. He's a very obdurate batter. Caesar draws the batter forward, plays it to the captain there at silly mid-off, and there is no run. So there's a short leg, silly mid-off, mid-on, extra cover, short third man, short fine leg, square leg, mid-wicket. Comes forward in the approved manner on this occasion and plays a defensive shot. Looks at the scoreboard, sees that he's on 11. Has faced number of deliveries for his 11, but it matters not. The important thing is he's there. Valmon draws him across his stumps, pushes it to captain Aidan Burton. The over comes to an end. Valmon completes his second over, 2 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10, 58 for the loss of 2, the Dominica Grammar School.
Well, a good comeback over from Valmon. Remember, he was struck for 10 in his very first over and responded it for maiden. As I believe we're going to have the first drinks break after lunch. Yes, the players just heading off for a quick break. So the score is 58 for 2. Dominica Grammar School still 141 runs behind. We will take a little pause and we'll be right back. Right, so back after the drinks break, and Pascal not wasting much time. Off the mark with, not off the mark, but starts off the post drinks break session with a single down the ground. Was in the air for a bit, and
Yes,
he
falling
survives.
short just of the mid-off fielder. So Pascal living dangerously, but scoring the runs nonetheless.
And Caesar back to being watchful. I think he is a cricketer that will quite understand that wickets tend to fall in the period just after the drinks break, where the batsmen might have just lost a bit of their concentration. Looks quite to be a good batter in terms of putting value on his wicket. Patience,
Very defiant.
yes. Reminds me a lot of Rahul Dravid. The wall. Not too bothered with the score. He's going to make the bowler work for that wicket. So it's the captain, Aidan Burton, continuing from the Billy Doctor van, trying to draw Caesar forward. Caesar is doing quite well, keeping that back foot grounded inside the crease, Andy.
Yes, it reminds me of when we were playing cricket before on Sunday games. We'd say, I took my son, you have to take your son too. So you're remembering the red beans and the beef. The over comes to an end, 59 for the loss of 2. And you're remembering that there, but you decide that you tell the opponents that you took your son, so now it's my turn. You stay there, and 2, 3 o'clock, hot sun on a Sunday, and these times they used to have some good lunches. You have your pies and your beans, red beans. That time the red beans they cooked it on the coal pot. So that used to simmer down quite nicely to meet other different tastes to have it. And fellas thinking of the lunch and they cannot go for it. It really was some great times. That was when the passion for the game was there. You would have so many games played. You don't see that much now. Hardly
No,
see a game
no. You,
played anywhere.
unless it's not an organized game, you hardly see this. But uh, Valmon continuing from the media center end, and Pascal taking the single, inching forward at the Dominica Grammar School, 60 for 2. Castle Bruce resorting to some spin now, as Caesar was going for a big shot. Didn't make any connection. And again, and just missing out the fielder. No run.
Yes, closing the bat on that occasion there, Caesar usually plays with a straight bat. Goes forward once again. And then once again, you can see the frustration of the bowler
Yeah, he
saying,
thinks
how is this guy keeping that ball? How can we not get him?
he played.
Looks pretty unorthodox, but getting the job done.
Oh, that one surprised him a bit. Thought it was scamper through for the single.
Yes, it jumped somewhat on him. He played it well on the onside. And Caesar Pascal calling him very quickly. We saw Pascal starting off in an aggressive mood, but right now I think he has settled down. Goes again. He likes that shot. He goes on one knee and playing the ball to wideish. Long on. Gets another run. So I don't think I think I'm talking a bit too soon. that Pascal wants to settle down and play a normal cricket game, but it seems that he wants to keep on with the attack. The over comes to an end. Valmon completes his third over. None for 12. His figures reads 62 for the loss of 2. Pascal is on 16. Cesar, who opened the innings, is on 11. He has seen the back of his captain for 26 and his vice captain for a duck.
Well, Andy, I'm getting some interesting information there. I remember earlier on we were talking about the naming of the ends, and we had North End, South End, Billy Doctor End, Media Center End. But I'm being told that the ends do have a name. This one just be single. And the official name is the Botanic Gardens and the Rosa River End.
Well, we've been saying that, without really knowing,
Yes.
confirming, but now you're getting
Getting,
confirmation.
yeah,
So it's
confirmation.
good that we've been saying that, but it can take away the northern end, which is the Rosa River end,
Yeah.
and the Botanic Gardens end, which we say the
The
southern
southern
end.
end,
So
yes.
we're on point, but it's good to hear that there is a name. Hits this one, Pascal, an attacking shot and gets his first boundary. Well played there, Pascal, hitting Burton over mid-off and the ball racing into the long off boundary for his first boundary. He moves on to 15. The Dominica Grammar School 67 for 2.
Well, Caesar showing that he can, get the boundary balls as well. He's really looked quite solid. Like you said, Andy's not doesn't look really orthodox, but as another one comes in there, that's what he follows it up with. So he plays. I think he's playing each ball on its merit. I think that's the best way to sum it up. And he has some very good defensive work, and I think he's one that could have a bright future.
Opens the face of the bat, drives to cover, growing in confidence is Caesar. An essay in the shot, maybe saying I should have pierced the field. But he's there and he's really keeping the Castle Secondary School bowlers at bay. Tries a leg spinner there, but the Caesar is still equal to it. Pushes it to Fontaine at short extra cover and he can score.
Interesting stuff in battle there. And is the diminutive Caesar proving to be a thorn in the side for the Castlebrew secondary.
The over comes to an end. You can see the final two deliveries. The captain, Aidan Burton, trying a bit of wrist spin. So trying his leg breaks in the two final deliveries. All along he is bowling off breaks, but trying to see if he could get the ball to leave the right-handed batter, Caesar. So 67 for 2, Caesar has faced many deliveries. He's on 15. Pascal, not so many deliveries. He's on 17. Has been the aggressor so far.
And it's been a good fight back from the grammar school, albeit they're still a mile away from safety, still 130 runs behind, but at least showing a better batting display after being bowled out for 32 in the first innings. Who knows how close this game could have been if the grammar school were able to, let's say, get 130 runs on the batting first. Then we would have been in for a very interesting encounter.
Yes, I'm wondering if the grammar school had the sort of bullying attack that even if they had sent the Castle Secondary School, did they have the kind of attack that could have dismissed the Castle Secondary School for, let's say, below 100? I'm not too sure of that. Although there is Pascal, and maybe Pascal could have maybe delivered something similar to what Lestrade delivered.
Yes. But if, like you said, Amandi, on day one, looks like there was a lot more assistance for the fast bowlers. And that's why they were able to run through the grammar school team. And then since this morning, even Elan Pascal, he wasn't really that effective as he would have liked. And then we saw it again in the grammar school in their second innings with Lestrade and Senior Fountain. Yes, they picked up the wicket, but it took a few overs to do so.
The I don't think the grammar school team read the pitch that
Yes,
well to have won on the toss on that
and go to bat.
and go to bat on a green top, knowing that there's a person like Lestrade over the top of mid off. This one will go into the boundary right now. 4 more runs to the young man. Touches his bat of Pascal, and really aggressive stuff there now from Jaden Caesar. He has built up his momentum. He has defended quite well. And now he's attacking. In the last over, he got a boundary. And now in this over, another boundary. He moves on to 19.
Caesar is doing quite well. And again, showing the patience. Realized that he would have just struck the ball before for a boundary. No need to take risk on this opportunity. It's the last ball of the over. End of the over. 72 for 2, the Dominica Grammar School.
So Burton, 4 overs, 1 for 13. Is not only getting 1 wicket so far. And the other wicket taker, Lestrade. Lestrade getting rid of Diony Rule, the captain, for 26. And Chance Marshall out for a duck. Both batters going with the score on 38. So a 34-run partnership between these two.
Well, we've seen a change in bowling from the Botanic Garden end. Kester Lestrade back into the attack. I think that's a good move from the captain because we've noticed that Elon Pascal, who is on strike, has been quite aggressive. He's been taking on the spinners. So let's see how he will fare out against the pace of Kester Lestrade. And to be the single for a moment there, lost the ball, Andy. The sun is out in all of its glory.
Yes, he's going for the almighty swish once more. The ball going to the fielder at backward square leg. Not in total control whatsoever there, Pascal. But nonetheless, gets a run. So both batters on 19. Partnership of 35 runs so far.
Misses the keeper. Did it strike the helmet, Andy? That ball as it went past the keeper.
So only the signal is only by a bye. So apparently not, because there would have been some penalty runs had it hit the helmet. So I have to assume that it did not hit.
That's very close, though.
Indeed. You can see a much more energized Lestrade. He took that wicket of Rule, and after a short rest, he's back. He's running in. The batter plays it down to fine leg. The ball races down to the boundary. 4 more runs to Pascal. So still in his aggressive mood there, and getting good value for his shots. Gets another boundary.
Well, I don't think Castle Bruce will mind that at all. And even if it went for 4, yes, Pascal was guilty of straying a little bit down the leg side, but also too, you have to look at it from the point of view that, Lestrade was straying down the leg side, but Pascal also too shuffling across his stumps. So if he misses a full pitched, quicker delivery, could be struck LBW. The way that Pascal is going about being quite aggressive.
I will maybe attack from around the wicket and try to go the off stump. But he's still maintaining over the wicket. In backward point, ball goes going pretty close to the backward point boundary. They run for 1, they'll come back for 2. And that's all there will be. 2 more runs to Pascal. So Pascal moving along quite merrily. Has a slightly open stance. And I'm sure that Lestrade would want to feed him too much in his strong area, which is he likes to hit the ball on the onside. I think he needs to attack the off stump. In the air, ball will fall short of the man at mid wicket, and they'll cross for a single.
Well, partnership slowly approaching the 50 partnership. It's really been some good stuff from Caesar and Pascal. Partnership is worth 43. As Lestrade looking to see how we can break that partnership. It's Caesar on strike for the final delivery of the over.
Caesar defends and defends well. To a delivery there by Lestrade. It brings about. Lestrade has just completed his 7th over. Has taken 1 wicket for 29, the prize wicket of the Dominica Grammar School captain, Diony Rule, whom he had caught at the wicket for 26.
So some 21 overs bowled. Much, much better showing from the Dominica Grammar School with the bat.
I mean, it just crossed my mind that, I mean, usually we do 20-minute stints and 40-minute stints. I mean, it's a testimony now this afternoon that we have some endurance.
Yes.
To keep on going like the Energizer Bunny.
Well, that can happen too when you've been treated quite well. I mean, we had splendid lunch. We've had some good refreshments as well.
That's correct.
And the cricket has been, quite exciting that you don't even notice that you've been doing session or some long stints. This one, thought it was struck in front there, but might have gotten some bat onto it.
An inside edge onto the pad. Luckily for Pascal. So Pascal in his method is keeping us up. And Caesar in his own peculiar style also have us there, because you're always looking what next with Caesar. He plays a big drive, he defends, and he's really doing what is required of him. And this time is a loud appeal. Not too sure if he got an edge on this occasion. You can see the disappointment there of the bowler.
But that one looked very, very, very close to me. And it's likely an inside edge, or maybe we don't have the benefit of the replay, but maybe it just might have struck him outside or just outside the off stump. Umpire's call, not quite too sure. Because like I said, Pascal has been shuffling across or moving across the stumps. You see, like there he goes again. So maybe that might have put some doubt in the umpire's mind.
So you can see the two opening bowlers for the Castlebrook Secondary School. They have been reintroduced, and you can see they've got a pep in their step. You can see Senior Fountain running in from around the wicket. Here he goes again.
I think Castlebrook Secondary School, they're ready to go home to celebrate. And you can see that Fountain and Lestrade, bit more excitement, like you said, Andy.
Yes, they're energized, and you can see Fountain going at the stumps, wondering how didn't not hit that stump on that occasion. Coming from around the wickets, a Senior Fountain.
Slower delivery, kept low, beats the keeper. And we're with the signal of what should be buys, yes. So more runs against the keeper. Bit unfortunate for him, though. I don't think there's much that he could have done with that last delivery.
I think Senior Fountain, rather his chances against against Pascal, because whenever he keeps the ball on the stump, Caesar blocks it. but you can see the stumps of Pascal being exposed. Let's see how Caesar handles, opens the face of the bat, guides the ball quite pleasantly down to third man and gets another run.
Oh, that's some sensible cricket from Caesar. And like you said, Andy, he's been building confidence throughout the afternoon. And he's not playing the rash shots, playing each ball on the merit, playing the angles.
So Fontaine yet to get a wicket. 7 overs. He has completed 2 maidens, none for 13. Pascal is on 26. Caesar is on 20. 22 overs completed. The Dominica Grammar School batting in their second innings, 83 for 2. Remember, they were dismissed for 32, to which the Castleboro Secondary School replied with 229. We saw a splendid 100 from Kenny Valmon getting 108. The one Benjamin chipped in with 40. And there was 32 from Libert Daru. 229. And now in their second innings, the Dominica Grammar School 83 for 2, having lost their captain for 26 and their vice captain for a duck.
So it will be Lestrade to continue from the Botanic Garden ends. And Caesar thought about it, then just happened to pull the bat back just in time.
When the ball is on the stumps, Caesar plays it well. When it's outside the off stump, he's always fanning. And that's what you could see Lestrade just saying that what he does and what he's getting away with when the ball is outside the off stump. And he plays that, misses. When it's on the stumps, he plays that and middles.
And right on cue, Andy, as you said, on the stumps, and Caesar does what he does best. He's able to block.
Yes, and you can see he's frustrating even a bowler who took 4 for 8 in the first innings, Kestel Lestrade, frustrated by the stubbornness of Jaden Caesar.
So Lestrade picked up the 4 wickets in the first, has won, so he has a match all of 5. Bowling out one outside the off stump. And there's no run.
So I see we've been joined by former national player Delvin Esprit, stylish left-handed batter in his time. We'll let him catch his breath somewhat because climbing up this flight of stairs really takes its toll on you. So we'll allow Esprit, who isn't as young as he used to be before. Struggling right now, Esprit, and a bit breathless. You could hear him panting, but he'll be okay in a short while. As Lestrade continues and amidst the defensive bat there of Caesar, and you can see Fontaine talking to Caesar, trying to intimidate him somewhat. There's a forward short leg, a silly mid-off in a senior Fontaine, trying to put pressure on the diminutive Caesar. Lestrade rises, a delivery there on him, some stiff bonks, but he drops the bottom hand, handles it quite well, steers it down to a third man, and gets another run.
Another run, and I must say, Andy, I'm very impressed with how Caesar has gone about. Jaden Caesar has gone about batting this afternoon. I mean, he's handling the pace. He's been quite effective against the spinners. As a matter of fact, he's even been more attacking against the spinners. And looks quite comfortable with the pace as well. So surely a batter that we're going to have to be watching as he continues with his career. Lestrade steaming in. And he's struck in front. He's appealing, but puts down his hand after. That's Lestrade. I think he realized that. Well, he's down on the ground. He's amazed. Or is he fighting a cramp or something? What's going on?
Well, it looks dramatic. He appealed, and I think he's just disappointed not
Oh,
getting the wicket. Up he comes, and really wondering how they didn't get that the decision from the umpire. But I felt that the ball was pitched outside of the leg stump, so you can't really give if the ball is pitched
yes.
outside the leg. It
Should
negates any decision to be taken. It's an easy decision for the umpire as long as he sees the ball, pitches outside the leg stump, it negates everything. Cannot be out. The ball could be hitting all three stumps. You're not out.
well, although we've seen some stranger things, so it should not be given out.
Should, yeah,
Yes.
use that word should because we have seen men given out. Yes. So we're about to see Fontaine continuing to move to the obdurate Caesar, who is on 21.
And again, right on target, but sees up to the task. Through at the end there when Pascal makes his ground.
I think Fontaine would much rather go to
Pascal,
Pascal
yes.
because Pascal is swinging and sometimes leaves his stumps exposed because you can see his stance is an open stance. He's facing mid on or thereabout, and the bowler Fontaine coming from around the wicket.
And like you rightly said, Andy, Pascal is going after everything. So he has to be careful.
I think Fontaine fancies his chances against Pascal. If he can get one to cut back from outside the off stump to the left-hander, he will be in business.
And the numbers starting to build up as well in the Gratian Shillingford and Irving Shillingford stand, Andy. I know that's at least 3 times the crowd that they had for the game between the Guyana and CCC, I think it was, in Guyana.
So after this over, I'm going to let in the former national player, Delvin Esprit, stay with a big smile on his face. Seeing good conditions. Fontaine bows to Pascal. Pascal is driving powerfully. We'll find Thomas in the way at the long off, and we'll get another run.
So another single to the total. 86 for 2. Still 2 more deliveries left, and it's Caesar who's back on strike. He's on 22 not out. Pascal is roaring in. Oh, that's a Fontaine, sorry, roaring in. Tried the slower ball. You really have to go into your bag of tricks if you're to dislodge Caesar. Because he's really looked quite solid this afternoon.
Most of his attacking shots came from the spinners, but I would still persevere with the spinners because if they get the ball to pitch properly, they will be in business. Most of these shots he played were full tosses and he dispatched them. But if Burton or Valmon could get the ball to pitch, they could have him and dangle the carrot, as they say. The over comes to an end. It's the end of over number 24. The Dominica Grammar School batting the second time, 86 for the loss of 2. Pascal, Elon Pascal is on 27. Jaden Caesar is on 22. I leave you in the competent hands of Gavin Richards, who will be joined shortly by Delvin Esprit.
Yes, so it's been a real good comeback from Caesar, and the Pascal partnership is 48. Partnership unbroken of 48. But the Dominica Grammar School still way behind, 111 runs behind. They're going to need at least 111 if they're to make the Castlebrew Secondary School bat again. Of course, that innings by the Castlebrew Secondary School was powered by Kenneth Valmon, who got That big century, 108 was what he got. And then we had Benjamin getting 40 as the Castlebrook Secondary School essentially batted the Dominica Grammar School out of the game. As is Lestrade continuing from the Botanic Gardens end. So interesting match here at the stadium. Finals of this under-20 secondary schools competition. As I welcome for the first time Delvin Esprit to the broadcast. Delvin, good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon to you, Gavin Riches, and good afternoon to the many viewers and listeners of DBS Radio. What a bright day for cricket.
Yes, bright day for cricket. And we saw some good individual performances this morning with us the century from Kenneth Valmon. Devin, I know you were looking. You had a look at Valmon. What did you make of him and how he went about with that century?
It was a very good knock by young Valmon, and Valmon is one of those promising young players around. And as you know, in the Kananago area, Gavin, you have a lot of cricketers.
Lestrade. And again, Caesar just opening the face of the bat, guiding that one down to the third man area. Gets another single. So
Gavin, it seems that the Grammar School is batting much better in the second inning.
Oh, definitely.
And not only that, but the question I want to ask is when the last Grammar School was in the finals of a secondary school cricket competition? It's quite a while.
Yeah, I think normally when you reach to the finals, you hear the likes of the State College or the Northeast Comprehensive, Castlebrook Secondary School. I think the last time the grammar school would have been in the finals as Pascal is attempting a big swing there. It's cut off by the fielder. I think the last time was when they had the likes of Kyron Phillip attending the grammar school. And that would have been maybe 4 years ago, or 4 years ago, I think. I stand to be corrected.
We'll have to try to get that stats, Gavin, because grammar school normally do well in athletics and before you know football, but there was a drought so far in the cricket, so it's good to see that they're in the finals of the cricket competition for quite a while.
Yeah. As I mentioned, Kyron Phillip, just want to remind the viewers and listeners that Phillip will be on his way to Trinidad very soon to be part of the Windward Islands Infernos team as they're getting set for the T20 breakout competition. Kyron Phillips and Alec Athanaze, the two Dominicans on the team. Was a bit disappointed that Stefan Pascal didn't, find favor with the selectors.
Gavin, remember I messaged you about that. That's a long story, as you know, so there must be something we're not aware of, Gavin.
Well, maybe, could be that. Get back to that point in a bit as Lestrade continues. I think also too, maybe Stefan's bit of a slow start to the 4-day tournament might have been on the back of the minds of the selectors. If you look at the other batters that they selected, Akeem O'Geese and Teddy Bishop, they've been having decent seasons with the West Indies academy team. Well, Alec Athanaze would have been a no-brainer to pick, given his age and the objectives of the tournament. And then you look at some of the other players. I think maybe, as we have the drinks break, it's just 89 for 2. So after 25 overs, they're having another drinks break. But just maybe, Delvin, I think Pascal is his pick. Look at Raishon Williams. But then we know what Raishon Williams is capable of in when we saw him in the T10 tournament here in Dominica. So it's...
You're not too sure what to say.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what to say.
Well, I can talk on behalf of that.
Hold on. Let me just see what I have to say. Because I can understand why he wasn't picked, yet I still think that there's a case for him to be picked if you're looking at what the objectives of the tournament are. And especially as the Windward Islands Volcanoes, I mean, I have to go through the regulations to ensure, or just to make sure that each franchise probably didn't have a mandate to pick some, what do you call, overseas-based players. But I'm trying to wonder, if the objective of the tournament is to breed the young and upcoming players, and you have one in Stefan Pascal, then why would you not pick him and then pick someone from Barbados or where's Avanesh Maran Singh from? I think he might be Trinidad or Guyana. That's based on the liking of the surname. So, I have to do some homework before I make some further comments. Let's put it that way. But it's still disappointed that Pascal wasn't selected.
Gavin, I know you have to do a lot of homework, but I don't have to do homework for that. I just believe that Pascal loved that type of cricket, 2020 cricket and T10 cricket, and that is the type of cricket he likes. And if you realize that all during the tournament and so on, he's a guy that loves to play shots and loved that level of cricket. He had been failing at the 40 level, but I think that is his type of cricket, and that is what he really loves, Gavin. I think the selector should have given him an opportunity as an opener because he had been failing in the 40 competition because of 40 competition, but we know he had been doing very well in the T10. And also can do very well in the T20. So if the T20 objective is to give young players opportunity, he's one of the youngest guys. He captained the West Indies on the 19 team, and he has been dropped. So he's sending a clear message what is going on in West Indies cricket.
Well, maybe not West Indies, maybe Windward's cricket.
Yeah, but not only that, but if the Windwards had to select and then there was a draft, in that draft, you're talking about quite a number of players that came in from other islands in that draft.
Well, that's why I said I want to make sure that because I was not privy to the information from the draft as to how they would have gone about the draft if they were mandated to select one or two players from outside of the franchise, because that's how it is sometimes with the at the professional level. I'm not sure if these were the mandates, but I'm saying if it wasn't, then it's disappointing that Pascal wasn't selected. If it was the mandate, then it's still unfortunate that he wasn't selected, but at least they would have a leg to stand on, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, definitely. And they will not use Kyron Phillips as an example and so on to say that Kyron Phillips is Dominica, so we give him opportunity. I believe that if another Dominican deserves opportunity, and so give him, and that's what I always keep saying, is if you think that these players are the better players from the Windwards, you give them opportunity. It doesn't matter if it's 5 guys from St. Vincent or 6 guys from St. Lucia, and they are the better players. You pick them. And that is how you go about picking the Windwards team. I don't think they're looking like picking 2 from St. Lucia, 2 from Grenada, 2 from St. Vincent.
No, I don't think,
it's not that case.
But
you have 2 from Dominica, and you have 3 from St. Lucia, and 2 from St. Vincent. And so, like it's and then you have the other guys from the other territories.
But Delvin, again, sometimes, and I have to say it this way, players can control their own destinies. And Stefan got the opportunity at the first-class level this season. Hasn't been off to the best of starts. He's gotten a few hard decisions. We all agree to it. But it all boils down to, if you're the one with the bat, you're the one who controls your destiny. And if he had, the big scores to back up his performances so far, then we would not be having this discussion. So he too might have to take, I wouldn't say it's blame, because he's gotten some real bad decisions. I mean, let's be frank about it. But at the end of the day, if a bowler does his job, if a batsman does his job, then you've done your job. And, there's nothing that the selectors can do to not pick you. But when you give them an opportunity, or not an opportunity, but a reason, not to pick you, then, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I definitely understand what you're saying. But Gavin, and the whole motive of that T20 commission, I have no idea. Because the way I see it now, I think West Indies cricket going down a road that West Indies decide to finish with Test cricket and just decide to play 2020 cricket. Because if you have that tournament for your young players to play T20 cricket, it's not the best foot in the tour, Gavin. I think you should at least identify a tournament that your young players can play, maybe even not a 4-day competition, but a 2-day competition or 3-day competition, to build their confidence, let them learn to bat properly. But to throw them in a T20 competition and tell them, and you're looking at young players, I don't know where the ball heading. I don't know what decision is that, because to me, it's just calling. If you tell me young guys to play T20 cricket, Gavin, and give them the exposure. We already have so many franchises of T20 cricket.
Yeah,
We are
yeah.
we're that leading too.
I understand what you're saying. So rather than it being a breakout T20 tournament, at least maybe a breakout 50 over competition.
Something
or,
of that
or a
nature.
breakout 2-day competition. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, I really do. I really do. Because that's really been our weakness, especially when you get up to the test level and you find that the guys, are struggling to get a test match to go into 4 days, And even at the regional level, sometimes you're seeing first class matches ending inside of 3 days.
2 days, don't say
2
center
days.
phrase, 2 days.
Well,
because the last competition there were 2 matches that they did in 2 days.
right. So you want to sort of create the environment where the guys from a young age get used to batting for long periods, so then it will translate when they get to the higher level. It's not going to happen when you play T20 cricket all the way up and then you just throw guys in. That's why I have a serious problem with the decision or the thought process behind some of the white ball specialists that are going to be drafted into the test team. I mean, to me, it defeats the purpose of the 4-day competition. The 4-day competition is the breeding ground for, where the guys will be able to, showcase their skills, learn how to bat long periods. They're not getting that in T20 and whatever cricket. So to just assume that a batter is a batter and because he bats well or he has good technique in T20, it will automatically translate into the longer form of the game. I don't know where that thinking is coming from.
Yeah, it's not something real, Gavin. Because you already have the CPL, you already have the Caribbean CPL. Then you say you have a break-off competition and so on. A T20 competition for young players and so on. So you're giving the talented young players and so on to play that level. And these guys can hardly bat in a 40 competition, and then you're asking them now. So what West Indies cricket now, I realize now the bodies don't know. They're going all the way with white ball cricket in terms of T20 cricket.
Yeah,
to me, they're even thinking of 50 overs cricket now. Because to me, the test team struggling, even the 50 overs team struggling, Gavin. And all they see is that the opportunity is at stake in the T20 cricket. So if that's the way we go in the Caribbean, so be it. But don't come and tell me that you're picking guys and so on to play test level. And then when they struggle and so we're crying them down. So because we don't set no avenue for them to improve.
Well, quickly delving, all I will say on that is if that's the approach, then we should not complain when the tier system is introduced and the West Indies find themselves in the second tier and they've lost the rights to play the likes of Australia and England, and we're going to be doomed to face Ireland and Scotland and these sort of teams. But Delvin, it's tea break. I think we can take a little break ourselves and we'll come back with the cricket action. The Dominica Grammar School, they're 89 for 2. After 25 overs, 108 runs behind, and they need 109 more runs to make the Castleville Secondary School even think of batting again. Of course, I will be right back after a few short messages. All right, welcome back from the tea session. Dominica Grammar School, 89 for 2. It's 3 o'clock. We'll close of plays at 6. We have 3 more hours to go. And 3 more hours left in this match. Can the Dominica Grammar School pull off a miracle after being bowled out for just 32 in their first innings? Facing a first innings deficit of 180 odd. They've brought it down to 108. Still a long way to go. As I say, good afternoon to Delvin once again.
Well, good afternoon to you, Gavin. And as you know, Gavin, lovely atmosphere for cricket at the Windsor Park. And a picturesque Windsor Park playing field. And Gavin, you can see some little rough patches, but at least you can see the sun is out there, and the guys feel very, very relaxed being at the Windsor Park.
Extremely relaxed, and it's always a good venue. To me, the only other venue that I would love to see a finals like this would be at the Botanic Gardens. But there we go again, on the way. This one struck down the ground, straight to the fielder, and it's Pascal resuming from where he left off. Elon Pascal moves to 30. 90 for 2 to Dominica Grammar School. As we're seeing Libert Daru for the first time with the ball. And the ball into Jaden Caesar. So the Castlebrew Secondary School fast bowlers not enjoying the amount of success that they had in the first innings. With Lestrade and not Pascal, but a Fountain and company ran through the batting lineup. But still very attacking at the Castlebrew Secondary School team. Delvin?
Very much attacking. You can see some close-in fieldsmen, Gavin, because the batsman, really not looking to play any big shots. He's really looking to guide the ball around and pick up his singles.
But he's been quite good. That's Jaden Caesar, Delvin. No, you're just coming in, but he's been very defensive. And when he gets the bad ball, he's been able to put them away. He's on 23 not out, but more importantly, he's batted for a very long time. Opened the batting, and he's still there for his school.
And they have a partnership of 52, Gavin, so they go in great guns.
Going good. And this the question that the grammar school will be asking is, where was this sort of effort in the first innings?
Being bowled out, Gavin, for only 32 in your first innings is really on the opening day.
Yes,
really not good enough. Fine has been bowled out for 32 because your back's against the wall from that score on.
So it's Daru. And he's appealing. That one looks a little bit too high. Is it bold?
Yes, it is.
It's bold, actually. So that's the end of Caesar. Has to depart for 23. And the Castlebrew Secondary School getting the breakthrough. Daru with the golden arm, striking immediately after tea.
Yes, it was a good delivery there. And that ball pitched just about the off-stump. And again, Caesar looking to be defensive. And the amount of players around his bat, putting him under a lot of pressure, Gavin. And Caesar not keeping his eyes on the ball at all. And the ball crashing into his middle stump. And Caesar was a well-played 23 by the young man. I think he enjoyed his afternoon in terms of his 23, Gavin. But he has to go.
Well, Delvin, during the tea break, I had a discussion with, our producer, and I was telling him I have a strong feeling that the wicket is going to fall right after tea, because the long vigil that we saw there from Caesar and Pascal, that tea break would have broken that little concentration that they would have had, and they would have had to start all over again after tea. And I made a bet, and I actually said it would be Pascal who would probably be the first batter to get out. But I was wrong on the bet. It ended up being Caesar, and the grammar school have lost their third wicket.
Yes, well, you said that, and it have come to pass, Gavin, as you can see. But his shot again, his defensive shot, his whole frame of mind, Gavin, was very defensive, and that ball was pitched just about the middle stump. But with the amount of guys that are wrong his bat, really prod him. So it was a clever technical move by the captain
Yes.
to prod Caesar, and he paid the price for that.
Good ploy there from the captain, Aidan Burton. And I think maybe that would have been part of the discussions during the tea break, that they would have realized that Caesar was very defensive. So we're seeing Vince Daru now from the Botanic Gardens end. So Castlebrew Secondary School opting to use some new bowlers post tee. As Pascal is driving and won't beat the second fielder. It'll just be one. The new batter to the crease for the grammar school, it's Kevin Albert. He's about to face his first delivery. And this could be a very interesting point in the game.
Well, he look business-like, Gavin. He took his gun, and you can see he look like a man that have an intent.
And he's taken. First ball, duck, and Daru strikes. And another wicket goes down for the Dominica Grammar School. And they're tumbling after tea.
Yes, and he just lunged forward, Gavin, and wicket the ball. And again, the captain, they already crowded in the batsman, the new player. And in the end, he just popped in an easy catch there to where you call short mid-wicket. And he goes for not. So he just pass, Gavin, give a message, and going back right away.
Yes, and very disappointing there for the grammar school after Caesar and Pascal would have done such good work. Also, Dione Rule would have opened the batting as well, got them off to a good start. But the wickets just starting to tumble. And it looks like it's deja vu all over as, 4 wickets are down.
In quick
quick
time, Gavin. A matter of fact, 2 quick wickets.
So the Castlebrew Secondary School on the verge of an outright win, an innings win. It will be a massive win as the grammar school is still trailing by 106 runs. And from the way things are going, it doesn't look like they will get these 106 runs.
Gavin 106 runs and to let the Castlebrews team bat again, and that not looking like a possibility. So you're not even sure if they'll reach 100, Gavin, the way they're going.
Well, they started off brightly. Remember, they were 89 for 2. But they've lost 2 quick wickets after tea. One of them being Caesar, who was well set. As we have the new batter coming. That's Kimron Peters. So Castlebrew Secondary School will be smelling blood. They'll be looking to wrap up things as early as possible. This afternoon is just 10 past 3. We're scheduled for a 6 o'clock stop or end of play. But it doesn't look so as Castlebrew's getting into this lower order. That's down the ground. What a shot first up. Gets off the mark immediately with 2. That's Kimron Peters.
Well, it was a good shot. He actually decided to come down and waste time, Gavin. The intention is quite clear.
Well, Castlebrew surely wouldn't mind that. Daru will be saying, go ahead, attack. Attack all you want. But I'm sure I will have the last laugh.
And Gavin, that's a very long time I haven't seen a feel of that nature. If you realize where the players are standing, so it's a very, very strange feel. A short fine leg, a short square leg, a field man, no slip, a short backward point, a silly mid off. So anyway, the ball player wrong that area, it's difficult for a single.
All right, I believe that brings us to the end of the over. Successful over from Vince Daru. 1 for 3, and after 27, it's the Dominica Grammar School 93 for 4.
And the Castleberry Secondary School definitely going to be the United Insurance Secondary School champions for 2025, Gavin. There's nothing that can change that, Gavin, for sure, because 93 for 4 is still 106, about 105 so in areas, Gavin, and they're already 4 wickets down in the second inning.
Well, it's Libert Daru to continue. Pascal, well, Pascal is determined to get as many runs as possible. He's not going to stick around. He's looking for big shots.
Pascal seems to be an aggressive batsman, Gavin, and Pascal thinking that if he can continue this after, maybe he can get a quick 100. You can never tell.
Well, I think he might more likely lose this wicket the way that he's playing. This one is in the air, but it will drop short of the fielder who's coming in from long on. And that will be a single for Pascal. And it's Peters who's on strike. Daru in search of his second wicket. Tries to guide that ball to the point area, just behind point, to get the single. So Delvin, as the curtains come down on this competition, I want to know what will be your thoughts as to the cricket that we've seen over the past few months. As Pascal again is making a big swing, doesn't connect. You can see the keeper just making fun of him.
Yes, Gavin, what we have to do is try to encourage those youngsters to really continue to play their cricket seriously, as you realize that a lot of them might just move across to football, so we need to let them continue playing cricket and playing the cricket serious, Gavin.
Pascal has hit that one firmly and to get to the boundary. So 4 more to Ellen. Pascal moves him on to 36. And, well, the grammar school on the verge of getting to 100. It's 99 for 4.
Well, a very good shot by Pascal. Pascal really launching, and he launching into everything, Gavin. And you know, from the time he connected, to go for 4 because he seems in no nonsense one. He eyeing a 50, Gavin.
Well, it's on the verge of it. He's on 36. It's Daru. This one is in the air and goes over his head. And another boundary. So back-to-back boundaries for Ellen Pascal. And the 100 is up for the Dominica Grammar School. It's 103 for 4.
Not a bad shot at all, but the first ball had made off. Gavin, I don't feel he did not see that ball at all because that ball passed very close to him, and that was a bad effort from him, Gavin. As a matter of fact, he could have got struck on his head because he ran towards the ball and the ball passed over his head and went for 4.
Well, Pascal survives. And he's now into the 40s. He's on 40 not out. Would do his confidence a lot of good if he's able to get to a half century or even more, given the struggles of the team in the first innings. As it will be Vince Daru continuing from the Botanic Gardens end.
That's a very attacking field.
Extremely. Ultra attacking. So Peters remains on strike. He's not out on 3. There are literally no fielders out in the deep. Everyone is, well, there's no circle either, but they're in the region of where the circle would be. And then we have some players crowding the bat. Shot positions. Well, he's given out. Well, so another one goes down. Peters has to go. And the Grammar School have lost their 5th wicket. What's going on, Delvin?
Well, Gavin, it's just, I think the level of concentration of these young guys really is not very encouraging to see that, Gavin, because he saw the wicketkeeper caught the ball from down the leg side. And he actually tried to tell the wicketkeeper to wait and so, but he's out of his grounds. So the wicketkeeper, he realized the wicketkeeper can throw the ball towards this time, but he still stretches and tries to think that he can stop the keeper from the ball. And it's all run out.
Instead of trying to ground his bat.
Yeah.
Well, 5th one goes down for the Grammar School. And they're in all heaps of trouble right now. It's just Pascal and getting into the tail now for the Grammar School.
Yes, Gavin, and Pascal will have to look much more aggressive in terms of if he want to get a big score this afternoon. Pascal will just have to decide straight. That's it. He'll have to take everything in his own hands and see if he can get a 50 and maybe close to 100, Gavin. Because as you realize, in a no-nonsense move, Gavin, he really struck the ball very nicely.
Well, for him to get to that total, his other batters will have to survive on the other end.
Well, he can play it smart, Gavin. Every 4th or 5th ball and so on, he take a single and just give his non-striker. That's 1 ball to face the 2. And hope they survive.
All right, so it's Valrich Dupi, the new batter or batsman for the Dominica Grammar School. And the ball is still with Vince Daru. So Castlebrew Secondary School looking to see if they can wrap up things this afternoon. As this one's played back. No run. It's a Friday afternoon. I'm sure they probably want to go have some sort of celebrations. That's the CBSS down the leg side.
Nice take, Devin, from the keeper.
Yeah, generally the Castlebrews team, they've been quite good in the field. 1 or 2 blemishes, but overall, I think you could give them a B+ for their effort in the field. And that one is outside the off stump. So brings us to the end of the over. Another successful over. A wicket in the end, 103 for 5 after 29.
And really, Grammar School and everything left now to Pascal. Pascal's on 40. He has his strike. He'll be looking to challenge the fieldsman because he not only looking for boundaries, but he also looking to hit over the top for 6 too. But he's a strong man, Pascal, I realize. So let's see what happens from there, because if he goes now, Gavin, I think the Grammar School will be in all sorts of trouble. They're already in trouble, but it'll be worse for them.
So like with Daru, it is continue from the Rosa River end. And that one will get very close, but not close enough. They'll come back for 2. So 2 more for Ellen Pascal. And he's looking to see if he can at least get a personal milestone, get to the 50.
Gavin, long haven't seen an aggressive left-handed batsman like that. You're looking to hit everything, Gavin.
It's Daru again. Fine it down the leg side a bit. I think Delvini, Castlebrew Secondary School, just needs to put the ball on the stumps. Just keep the ball on the stumps the way that Pascal is playing. Anything loose is going to get the treatment. Drag there, and he's appealing. And it's given. So just as I told you, Delvin, just keep the ball on the stumps. Pascal goes leg before, goes for 42, and Grammar School have lost another wicket.
Yes, and again, as you just said, Gavin, that keep the ball on the stamps and so on. Pascal, doesn't matter where that ball is, Gavin. Pascal looking to hit. So since you put the ball on the stamps and so on, you miss a hit, and that's exactly what happened. And so he was on leg before, and the umpire there wasting no time. I think umpire Master Nicholas Matthew.
Yeah, because Pascal has been playing, if you notice, for the past few deliveries, generally swinging across the line of the ball. So, he doesn't really play straight. So that's something that he'll probably have to work on, as he gets older. Ability to play straight and, offer a little bit of variety. But generally, he's been playing across the line. When he gets contact and he hits it, it stays hit. If he misses, likely the ball will cannon into the stumps or into the pads and you'll get out.
I like his approach, Gavin, because his intention is quite clear. What he has to do as a young left-handed batsman is that work on defending. He has that mentality of attacking. So what he has to do is work on defending and so on. So if he can get that, if he's batting, it will work well for him because as a batsman, you need to attack to score runs, but you also need to defend. So you need to work on his defensive powers and so on to be there because he already have the attacking shots. So you need to work on his defense and so when he realize the ball not there for the drive, just block it and defend it.
Well, after being 89 for 2, the grammar school now 105 for 6. The new batter is Lockhart, Jai Lockhart. And grammar school collapsing yet again with the bat. The Castleville Secondary School in front by 90 runs, 92 runs to be exact. And into the tail now for the grammar school. Trying to guide that one behind the field at point, but couldn't do so.
Kevin, I really wonder how these young guys are feeling and so on, just playing on the 19 at that school level and so on. How they actually feeling out there, if they're really enjoying it, if they think that they can just continue to do well and maybe win one team or the Dominica team.
That's the aim of all of the cricketers, to try to see if they can take it to the next level. And matter of fact, the Dominica Cricket Association did release some names today for some players from the under-19 setup to continue with preparations for the national under-19 team. And some of the players are on show today. The likes of Dione Roll, Kester Lestrade, Arsenio Fontaine, just looking Kenneth Valmon, Aidan Burton, Ellen Pascal. All of these guys selected by the Cricket Association to continue preparations for the under-19 team.
And Gavin, you have to ask yourself a question because if you look at the trends of the cricket and so on, where you find all the young under-19 cricketers coming from?
Coming from the east.
The east.
Yes.
And as you know, in the south, from Granby and Soufriere and Scott said they used to have some brilliant young under-19 cricketers. Where they've gone?
I think they're playing less cricket. And it's something that I've noticed growing up. I mean, before, as a little boy, you'll find people playing cricket all over, as we have this one down the leg side, all over. And you'd use anything, be it a piece of coconut branch, a wind ball. But the point is that, anywhere you get to play cricket, and you'd have sometimes your soft drink crates as your wicket or, stuff along those lines. But you're not seeing that now. Now it's more small goal football, even basketball to a certain extent. So that one is heading to the boundary. The field is a give and chase. So Devin, what you find so now that because of that, you have less people playing cricket, and the performances, are reflecting.
And as the umpire, they signal the map, signal one run short. But Gavin, if you realize that cricket is not being played in Soufriere and so on, and you're talking about Soufriere and so on, Brooklyn Park and Soufriere, you used to talk about the poor playing field. We used to have leagues of cricket and so on, and there's young guys used to see cricket playing, and they used to join teams. We haven't got that again, Gavin.
Well, that's one aspect, and that's the organized cricket. But what I'm talking about is before we used to have little sweat, like what you call sweat. So,
Yeah.
like for example, where I grew up in Mahu, on an afternoon, I'll be able to go to the teaser playing ground and we'll play cricket. And then we'll play cricket maybe for 2 or 3 hours before the footballers come and chase us off the field. But right now, you're just not seeing that anywhere again.
Not at all, Gavin.
It's either guys play football or they play basketball. And, the cricketers find themselves sometimes in the nets at the back of the stadium when it's available or whatever it is. We're just not seeing that
Not
level of cricket like before.
not only, but Gavin, not even in the gardens, we've seen guys practicing cricket and so on. As you know, that guys used to come in the afternoon and practice the cricket, guys. But you see,
And it's
bowling.
bold. Bold. So Dupe playing all ends over that one. And the ball crashing into the stumps. Daru gets another one. And the seventh wicket goes down for the Dominica Grammar School.
Where he played a rush shot, they're looking to go over the top and not to the pitch of the delivery at all and paying the price. But Gavin, we really need to see cricket going wrong in the odd district and so on, in the odd district. Look at the players and so on. And there's where I think that under 19 competition, because the last under 19 competition I had in Dominica, I organized that commission, Gavin, as development officer. And from since that, we have never had an under 19 cricket competition. We're not talking about school under 19 cricket competition.
What we're talking about at
We're
the
talking
Cricket
about-
Association
We're talking at the
level.
cricket association level. We need to have an under 19 because some guys that maybe not going to school and are under 19, and maybe you
Yes,
can never
yes.
tell they can be brilliant cricketers, but they're not going to school. But because they're not going to school, they won't be participating in the school competition.
That's right.
So that's why you
right.
need to go out in the areas and organize an under 19 league. If you have 6 teams and so on, you have 6 teams and have them play under 19 competition. So what you'll find, the East will have a team, Northeast, the West, and so on, and form, because that's what I did. I formed those teams in those areas and so on. We had an under 19 competition, and it's very key now that we have an under 19 competition. Keep cricket going, because if you realize football have taken over, Gavin, because the amount of footballers they have now, Gavin, I cannot believe the amount of footballers they have now. And the East was a place that a lot of cricket used to be played, Carib Reserve
Yes.
and Cassie Bros and Peter Sufia's areas there, but now they're full of footballers, Gavin. So they're mixed now, and they're making their choice now to play more football than cricket.
So 106 for 7. The Dominica Grammar School, we're witnessing a collapse of epic proportions after being 89 for 2. They've lost 5 wickets very cheaply and in some real trouble here at the Windsor Park. Daru continues. New batter is Justin Bellot.
And Bellot played that ball, and he had no idea where the ball went to, Gavin. Came down on that at very late, and the bowler thought he have gotten him out, but at least his bat came down very late, and he defended that ball.
So we end off the over. Good over again from Vince Daru. Yeah, some very good figures. 3 overs, 2 for 4. And it will be Libert Daru, who's been just as efficient, 2 for 13, to continue as Castle Bruce looks to wrap up things here. You can see Lockhart is extremely watchful. Looks like a Courtney Walsh.
Very much so, Gavin.
So, from my estimations, anything that's on the stump is going to pose a problem for Lockhart. That one he will watch sail by. It's way outside the off stump. So Delvin is looking at things. Castlebrew Secondary School on the verge of what will be a very famous win for them. They've been knocking on the doors of the championships for a number of years. They've always been bested by either the Northeast Comprehensive or the Dominica State College. But this year it's their year. And they're very soon going to be crossing that line be crowned the champions of the under-20 division.
Yeah, because they are much more, they are very happy, Gavin. As a matter of fact, when they realize it's grammar school they're playing, you were starting to celebrate already.
And Lockhart again with another defensive shot. He's trying his best to watch the ball onto the bat.
And he's a tall man, Gavin. Tall guy. He has some height. A fast bowler, Gavin?
Yes. Fast bowler for the grammar school. This one's on the stump. This one is taken. And Lockhart has to go. 8th wicket goes down for the grammar school. And I believe he goes without scoring. Yes, he goes without scoring. So a duck for Lockhart. And the Castlebrook Secondary School are just 2 wickets away from being crowned champions.
And Lockhart have just been plodding, Gavin, really looking to block all balls, Gavin, and he looking to block. But if you realize the field that was set, this guy's all around his bat. So anytime that ball pop up, Gavin, there's no chance for Lockhart. And one did pop up and went straight to the fieldsman there at City mid off. And he took an easy catch.
So you can see the Castlebrook players just playing around, having a good time in the outfield. And they know that they will be taking this long drive back to Castlebrook in a very good mood. Sorry. We want to wish them safe travels on their way home as well. 106 for 8, Dominica Grammar School. Liebert Daru getting the wickets. He has 3 so far. And looking to add some more. And gets another one. Gets another one. 9 wickets are down for the Dominica Grammar School. And Daru's on the verge of a hat-trick. Delvin, I'm going to have to start to make my way down for the post-match presentation, the way that things are going. Castlebrook Secondary School, 1 wicket away from being crowned champions.
Yes, a good delivery there by Daru. And Daru bowling that ball straight on the middle stump, and the batsman had no idea at all. And in the end, they're paying the price and going for a nut. And Daru's on a hat-trick. Liebert Daru, they're on a hat-trick there. He has 3 for 13. And you see John going there for duck, bold for duck. So we can tell you what 106 for 9, Dominica Grammar School in all sorts of trouble at the Windsor Park. And it's all over, we can tell you. Maybe the shot of a player, Andy, or the shot of a player, as I see. Good afternoon to Carter and Carter. Big victory for the Castlebrook Secondary School. Congratulations to them. Beating the grammar school by Ealing. And 91 run, Carter. What a victory for the Castlebrook Secondary School.
Yes, congratulations to the Castlebrook Secondary School. They have captured the title here in the sports division secondary schools under 20 tournament. And they have won it quite magnificently. They have won by an innings and 91 runs. And I can tell you, the last 5 wickets fell without a run being scored. You had Pascal go in the 6th wicket for 42. And then 106 for 6 it was. 106 for 7 Dupe going. 106 for 8 Lockhart. 106 for 9 John. And the last man didn't come out. So there seems to have been some problems. But in the end, all out. That's how it is. All out for 106. 106 for 6. It started with 106 for 5, went to 106 for 6, 106 for 7, 106 for 8, and 106 for 9, which is all out. Because there's something, maybe a batter could not make it. As to why, we it's really immaterial. The fact is that the Castle Secondary School, they have captured the under 20 title here, and a happy bunch going around the field. The sports editor, Gavin Richards, as he usually does, he goes around and he gets interviews, which you will definitely get on your sports program. But they started off quite well. The DGS, they were at one stage 38 without loss, with their captain Diony Rule batting quite well and some stubborn resistance by Jaden Caesar. They lost their first wicket, Diony Rule. He was out caught. Brilliant catch there by Dewan Benjamin for 26. It was 38 for 1. Captain Diony Rule going and followed quickly 38 for 2 when the vice captain Chance Marshall going for a duck. And then things, they kind of stabilized things somewhat with the presence of Elon Pascal, but they lost wickets regularly. At one time they were 89 for 2, and then they really stumbled on their way. But while they were saying, Delvin, when you are all out for 32 in the first innings after having won the toss, you're really playing catch up, and they couldn't catch up at all. We're saying that the trophy has been brought there in front of the Grayson Shillingford and Irving Shillingford stand, so there will be some presentation. Gavin Richards is there, and as soon as he has someone, we will go over to him. But the position, the scores, I can just tell you, the Dominica Grammar School, they won the toss, dismissed for 32, with Kester Lestrade getting 4 for 8, Arsenio Fountain 3 for 3, Libert Daru picked up 2 wickets and did not consider run. And in the second innings, you can see his figures there. Libert Daru, 4 overs, 4 for 13. So a good match for Libert Daru. He contributed with the bat 32. We had the Castle Secondary School. They got to 229 for 5, and they declared a bit strangely just before lunch, but they knew what they were doing. It seemed they had their eyes on the clock, that they wanted to leave the Windsor Park long before 5 o'clock for sure. And they succeeded in doing that. They scored 229. Kenny Valmon getting a splendid 108. The one Benjamin chipped in with 40. Libert Daru got 32. And all in all, a great performance by the Castle Secondary School, and dismissing the Dominica Grammar School in their second innings for 106 and winning by an innings and 91 runs. A massive win there for the Castle Secondary School.
Yes, Kat, a massive win and coming out victorious today. The under 90, well, the secondary schools champions this afternoon. The Castle Secondary School really there, as you realize that the Daru was bowling up ball straight on the stumps and really picking up some wickets there, and you could see his line and length. Carter was keeping that ball. So, but really, the match was really won exactly on the opening day in terms of Grammar School being all out for 30, only 32 in the finals. And Carter, from the time you score 32 in the finals, it's all over in terms of you need to bowl the opponent maybe for 50 or 35 or 36 or 37 to keep yourself. Even if you bowl them for 100, they still have a reasonable lead of 68. So that's to show you the poor 42 in the first innings really destroyed the Grammar School. And if they had scored maybe that 108 in the first innings, maybe it would be a different ball game.
Well, I